All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome. If you are new, thank you guys so much for joining me today. Thank you for waiting patiently in the chat. Always appreciate it. We have some pretty interesting topics to go over and talk about here today. Some stuff I'm actually looking forward to discussing. And some people might be a little bit confused because one of the main topics, as you can see, based off of the title that we're going to be talking about, is an insane Nintendo Switch 2 or next generation Nintendo console leak that we're going to talk about. Now, this leak, if it's true, is insane for multiple reasons, but one of the reasons I wanted to talk about it here on this PlayStation-centric channel, you guys knowing I don't normally cover Nintendo stuff, is mainly because if this leak turns out to be true, we are going to witness, seemingly, Nintendo take on both Sony and Microsoft directly in the console space for the first time in decades, essentially. So that's why I'm calling this leak insane, because it's kind of hard to believe, but yeah, we got to talk about that. PS Gamer, you're saying PlayStation UK Twitter on fire. Yes, they are, man. That 19-inch Venom statue tweet, 89 million views. Are you kidding me? MBG, are you a vampire? Put some color on your face. I could saturate the color a little bit. I don't know. What do you guys think? I kind of like the look. It's got like a cool look to it, you know? Not cool as in like, oh, I look cool. No, like literally cool. It's not warm. It's cool. Maybe that's the look I'm going for, you know? You guys are saying it's fine. All right. So we're going to talk about that. Now, as you can see in my title, I say Exclusivity produces better games. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is MBG coming out here again with a hot take? No, actually, I'm not the one who said that. I mean, I have said that in the past, but no, that's not me saying that. That's not me. Actually, believe it or not, it's Microsoft's / Bethesda's Todd Howard. He recently gave an interview and he talked a little bit about Starfield going exclusive, and I think you guys might be interested in what he had to say. I know I am. So we're going to talk about that. Let me see. So we might talk. Yeah, we're going to talk a little bit about Baldur's Gate 3 and it launching on PlayStation 5. It's doing insanely good. And there's another aspect to this conversation I would like to discuss with you guys. And obviously, we're going to talk about some other things along the way, things that I wasn't necessarily prepared for. PS Gamer, you're saying, did you see their Baldur's Gate tweet? No, let me go check this out really quick. You're saying PlayStation UK. Let's see, what is their Baldur's Gate tweet? I gotta stop saying I'm not seeing it. I mean, they're tweeting a couple things out. Best reviewed RPG of the year is out today on PS5. Is that the one you're talking about? Is that the one you're talking about? Yeah, I can see it. It's a little bit aggressive. Yeah, PlayStation UK getting a little feisty out here. Maybe feeling a bit of a confidence boost because of their Venom tweet. Yeah, it's good stuff, man. Lone Wolf Gamer, you're saying MBG. I don't know if I agree with that. We'll dive into it. Before I do, though, I want to, first off, guys, we have over 200 people here already, which is awesome to see, and I'm sure we're going to have many more people join the stream as it goes on. So, guys, if you're here now live, or if you're watching this after the fact, do me a big favor. Smash that like button. I normally don't say that, right? Like, smash that like button. I don't know. Isn't that what everybody says? But hit that like button for me. Seriously, it helps the streams tremendously. We could easily crush 100 likes. I want to see us get to 150 likes. I think we could do it. It helps with YouTube's algorithm. I'm trying to grow our community here. I'm trying to grow the channel and the streams, obviously. So the way that you, the community, can help contribute to that is simply hitting that like button. If you want, share out the stream, but hitting that like button is your way to contribute to just making sure new people come across our stream and join us here. So I also want to let you guys know a couple of ways you can support me. We have a super chat from Andrew and New Soul 9 super chats as well frequently. And yeah, that's something you can do. If you want to get engaged with the conversation here and you want to support me directly, consider donating a super chat. You can ask questions, give opinions, give your thoughts, give a statement, whatever it might be. And you, again, get to support my content here. If you want to support me in another way, you can become a channel member. We have a ton of channel members here. We have a ton of channel memberships that are constantly being gifted. And that's another way you can help support the channel. If you are a member, if you have that membership badge next to your name, always keep in mind you have the ability to gift channel memberships on the channel. Not only does it support me directly, as I said, but it gets you more involved with the community, do some lifting for the community, and it's a great thing. So to everybody who chooses to support me directly in that way, big shout out to you guys and a massive thank you as always. So starting with Andrew's super chat, Andrew Ehrenreich, I think that I still think that's it, right? You're saying, got my PSVR 2 and love it, but holy crap, that Mira, I don't know how you say that. Yeah, I don't know what that is. I asked you in the chat what that was, and you're saying it's kind of like actually, what did you say it was? I've never heard of this effect before. I think you said it was like a little bit of blurriness or something like that. But yeah, I mean, it's good to hear that you love it, and yeah, it's not perfect. There's no doubt about that. You did mention that you picked up PSVR 2, so yeah, grainy. That's okay. That's the word you used. Yeah, I mean, it being a little bit grainy, I noticed that. I noticed some games are really taking advantage of the foveated rendering, but yeah, you could tell, even though it is a next-gen leap, it's not fully there yet. Not fully. And we have Fred, ADHD Vance. What's up, Fred? I didn't even see you in the chat there. Dropping in, gifting 5 memberships, getting us off to a solid start here. Fred, thank you so much for the 5 memberships gifted and continuing to show immense support to me and this community and the channel. And we have Omen86 following up Fred, ADHD Vance. Omen is probably what I should just start calling you. I don't know. I feel like I'm too used to calling you Omen86. But Omen comes in and follows up with 5 membership gifts of his own, bringing us up to 10 memberships gifted already on the day. Absolutely huge, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Shout out to you guys once again for continually showing support. And Fred, living up to his name, ADHD Vance, gifts another 5 memberships. So basically drops a 10 bomb on us. Before we can even dive into any of the topics, this community of gifters here, man, always putting in work. Whether it's at the beginning of the stream, throughout the stream, the end of the stream, they keep it going, man. They keep the membership train going. So, Fred, dude, thank you so much, man. Saying you tuned in during lunch today. Yeah, hopefully you can stick around. It's funny because I see people coming and going all the time. You know, they're working, living their lives, and it's just cool that you guys take the time out of your day, even during your lunch break, to come tune in, man. I really do appreciate it. And Omen comes in and drops a 10 bomb of his own. You got, between Fred, ADHD Vance, and Omen, France Vance, you guys get us to 20 memberships within minutes. Basically dropping a 20 bomb on us. Huge shout out to you guys. I see you guys going nuts with W's in the chat.
I sacrificed everything.
Love to see it, man. Where's Ghost of Tsushima 2? Let's get some Ghost of Tsushima 2 up in here. I want to see it, man. I want to see it. And Fred, so I know some people are like, damn, man, come on, get on with it, MBG. But damn, dude, Fred comes in and he isn't done yet. Fred, during his lunch break, is like, you know what? Let's drop another 10 bomb on this community. Another 10 memberships gifted. Bro, thank you so much for that, man. Big Trish is like, what the F? Dude, this is the community we have, man. They're amazing. They constantly give out these gifts. You know, it's funny. I was thinking about what I'm going to do for my members exclusive content this Saturday. I'm not entirely sure yet. It's still up in the air. And as I'm saying that, dude, Fred and Omen are going at it here back to back. Back to back. Look at this. Omen 86 follows up Fred with another 10 bomb. Guys, 40 memberships on the day. 40 members. You guys are insane. You guys are absolutely insane, dude. William says, massive thanks. Yeah, really, guys, thank you so much, man. It is basically raining memberships right now. I have my goal at 50, and you guys, within minutes, get it up to 40. Omen, Fred. Heavy lifting today, man. Heavy lifting right out of the gate. Sincerely do appreciate that, man. I know, again, as I say, some people get a little bit tired. I know, but without these guys and their support, believe me, these streams would not be happening the way that they happen, man, as frequently as they do. So thank you guys. And Fred's just like, BB12 says it's one of those days. It's one of those days where we're getting off to a massive membership start here. 45 memberships because Fred says he's not done. He wants to gift another 5. Love to see it, man. Thank you guys for continually paying it forward. They just keep paying it forward. Seriously. The membership community continues to grow in such a significant way because of the very generous gifters we have here. Omen, Fred, and many others. You guys know who you are. Constantly uplifting this channel and this community and the content. So I appreciate it, man. I really, really do. Fred, awesome, man. Awesome. And I'm going to pause here a moment and goddamn, dude, look at this. Look at this. You're right. It is one of those days because Omen comes in and he's not done flexing. Omen comes in and drops a 20 bomb, bro. A 20 bomb. Just absolutely, you guys just obliterated the goal. My God, you guys are nuts. Absolutely nuts, dude. Yeah, they refuse to let the membership train stop. Holy crap, man. Omen, thank you, dude. Saying Omen ain't letting Fred be number 1 today. Dude, they're going at it, man. Fred says today is Give Back to the Community Day. Dude, I appreciate it, really, though. I know people... Michael says, please, God, let it stop. No worries, man. Hey, if it makes you guys feel better, we still, shout out. I'll give Devil Shooter an early shout out here. Devil Shooter always does timestamps for the streams, and I know for some people it's tough. They got to hang in here. But as I continually say, if it wasn't for these guys continually showing their support and dropping gifts like they do and super chats, it would be literally impossible for me to do as many streams throughout the week as I do. I am fan funded, so big shout out to you guys. And Fred dropping another 10 guys. Holy crap! I can't even keep up. We're gonna have like a straight up 10-minute membership train going. W's in the chat, man. I got to give you guys some sound bites here. I got to give you one of these because we are at 75 members. 75. I haven't even updated my member goal. We're at 75 members. Jakey Steve says, let the man speak. I'm sure at this point, if I were to just dive into it, it would be fine. But we are going to do that. I want to thank everybody for hanging tight while we have just this insane membership train going in the background. The first topic I actually do want to dive into, though, is talking about the exclusivity. Now, let me ask the chat this really quick, okay? While I update this membership goal. Let me ask the chat this. How do you guys feel about exclusivity? Do you feel that exclusivity is good or bad? Okay, because I feel like this is a pretty... I don't know why. I mean, I guess I understand why, because there's a lot to it. But this is like a pretty controversial topic, right? A lot of people saying exclusivity is bad. A lot of people saying it's good. And there's always kind of these arguments. And a lot of times you have people kind of deciding to say like, hey, exclusivity is good when it's convenient for it to be good. Right? And other people say exclusivity is bad when it's convenient for it to be bad. Now, for me personally, I think exclusivity is fine. I think to an extent it is good. right? But I try to look at it from a holistic viewpoint where I try to keep in mind that there are multiple ways it can go, right? There are pros and there are cons. Now, really quick here, I did forget to mention New Soul 9's chat. He says, MBG, do you know by any chance if Insomniac will add the Logan skin? I love old Logan, hashtag Wolverine. I want to say they probably will, right? Or something along those lines. It's kind of I got to say, I haven't really thought about Wolverine in that sense, right? I haven't thought about like Insomniac's Wolverine. Like, yeah, there's probably going to be a bunch of skins for him, a bunch of different variants, essentially. And getting an Old Man Logan skin, specifically from the movie Logan, shout out to Logan. Best Wolverine movie out there. Not sure if anything's ever going to top it. I would love to see that added, dude. So what we can say for sure, New Soul 9, is that they absolutely are going to have a bunch of different skins to choose from in Insomniac's Wolverine. No doubt about it. And Omen, with your $2 chat, you're saying live MBG streams as reliable as Japanese cars. Well, thank you. Thank you for the compliment, man. Yeah, I'm trying my best, man, to keep it going, keep it flowing. You know, I try to have a pretty specific schedule with the streams, 3 days a week, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays, same time, same place. I'm glad you appreciate it. And really quickly here, let's give a shout out. Let's give a shout out to John O. John O, I don't know if this is your first time gifting a membership, man, but appreciate you jumping in here. See, this is what I like to see. We have some heavy hitters here with Fred and Omen dropping a ton of memberships, but it inspires other members like John O to come in and say, hey, and he says here, it's his first time gifting. He wants to drop a membership gift of his own. So I just want to say I appreciate you paying that forward, man. It's very much appreciated. So let's add that to the counter.
Thank you.
I'll give you your Kratos thank you there. So check this out. We are going to head over to this article. VGC reports Starfield's Xbox exclusivity yielded a better product, says Todd Howard. Bethesda's Todd Howard has discussed the benefits of Starfield being an Xbox console exclusive. In an interview with the BBC, the games director said the ability to focus on fewer platforms always resulted in better products. When you're making something exclusive, then the more you can focus, he explained, you know this is the hardware or the thing that people are playing on, so the ability to focus on that always yields a better product. While Starfield isn't available on PS5 as Bethesda would once have planned prior to its acquisition by Microsoft, the game is also available on PC and other platforms via Xbox Cloud Gaming. You do want people to be able to access it, of course, Howard says, but being with Xbox means there's an ease of access for us, and I'm told we're expecting more people playing this launch than anything we've ever done before, and that's despite the success of our previous games. I do also think people attach brands to certain games, he added. When you think of Zelda, you think of the Switch, and I think that there are times that can be a real benefit. Howard's comments echo those of Bethesda publishing boss Pete Hines, who recently claimed that Starfield likely wouldn't have been ready for release this year if the game was also coming to PS5. Focusing on fewer platforms has been a big benefit to that team, Hines said in June. Being on more platforms would mean it's going to take longer, it's going to cost more. It's just a far greater risk in my mind. So, wow, man. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? And really quick, Drive By Joe. Shout out to you, Drive By Joe. Throwing a membership gift out here as well. Following up John O. Appreciate it. Like seeing the new faces. Although, Drive By Joe, I know that this isn't your first time gifting, but I appreciate that, man. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
77, man. 77 members. You guys are insane. So, let's get this straight. Starfield, Todd Howard is saying that Starfield is a better game because it's exclusive to Xbox. You know, it's funny because, I mean, that's pretty egregious, right? Maybe not egregious. Maybe that's the wrong term to use. It's pretty intense, maybe. It's a pretty intense way to say it. Like, he's not even saying that, like, oh, yeah, you know, the benefit is this or that, like we just have to spend, I mean, that's what Pete Hines said, we have to spend less time working on it effectively, but he says making games exclusively and being able to focus on just that, like that platform, yields a better product. Like he straight up says, quote, better product, end quote. Do you guys agree? Drive by Joe saying, that's it, I'm maxing out the credit card. Gifts one membership. Hey man, I appreciate it, dude. I appreciate it. Omen says, the only company that hates on exclusives is the company that isn't able to do them properly. Exclusives is what drives the industry forward. I'd say, dude, I think that's a pretty popular opinion with some people, but also a very unpopular opinion with others. But I'm in total agreement. I've always said exclusivity has been part of this industry since its inception. And it will always be a part of it to some extent. It has to be. There's just like some fuzzies and stuff on my microphone. Fred, you're saying MBG lunchtime is up. Gotta go. Chat, have fun and enjoy yourselves. Dude, I appreciate that, man. Let's just give one last shout out to Fred. He literally just came by for as long as he could with his lunch break and decided to drop a ton of membership gifts on this community. So big shout out to you for doing that, man. Very, very nice. Very kind of you. Hopefully you'll be able to come back later. Or if not, I hope you can enjoy the stream once it's finished. So yeah, salute, Fred. Salute. What I think is crazy about some of this conversation that I see people having about exclusivity is how frequently people decide to pick one side or the other when it is, as I said, it's convenient for them, where it's like, yeah, exclusives are good now because, well, my console and my platform is getting exclusives. Exclusives are bad when the other platform is getting them, whether they're, people try to turn it into this thing where it's like, well, my company bought this publisher and they bought this developer, so the exclusivity is totally fine. But your company only struck an exclusivity deal. They don't actually own them, so that's bad, even though at the end of the day, it produces the exact same result. That is, when the game launches, it's exclusive to one console or platform and doesn't release on the other, regardless of whether or not the company who has that game exclusive, whether or not they bought them and own them or paid for it, the end result is the same. I recall with Final Fantasy 16, I think it was Yoshi P, he said, or I think it was him, where he basically talked about this angle, right? He talked about how them just focusing on the PS5 and only having to worry about Final Fantasy 16 for the PS5 has made it easier for them to just get this game out sooner and to optimize it, and basically just advocating in some way for exclusivity, saying how it is in this way beneficial. And I remember at that time, there were people who were calling him out, and specifically calling out fans like myself who kind of acknowledge this and say, see, like there are benefits to games being exclusive, even these third-party exclusives, right? Even these third-party exclusive deals, the developers, no, he's being paid to say that. He's being paid to say that. Well, I guess Todd Howard he's being paid to say this then, to say literally the exact same thing, but even take it a step further and say, actually, it yields a better product. Oh, wait, that's right. He was already paid the moment that they were acquired by Microsoft. So I guess what I'm trying to say here is that this should end the argument, right? And frankly, there shouldn't really be an argument anymore. Hopefully this ends the argument going forward, where we can all kind of take a step back and say, okay, look, famous developers, I mean like well-known developers on both sides of the coin have said similar or same things about exclusivity. How it is actually good, there are benefits, and most importantly, it makes development easier for them and quicker, more efficient. Now, here's the thing though. Here's where I think some people do get frustrated, because you get sometimes people coming in and they're saying like, well, there are still some cons to exclusivity. And there's some people who don't want to acknowledge that. And I get it. Like what Omen said here. He says exclusives are what drives the industry forward. I agree. I think it's what separates the different consoles, the different platforms. It gives each platform holder its own unique identity and player base for that matter. But there is a con. In my opinion, really only one major con. And it's just as I said, exclusivity will always exist in this industry, so will this negative aspect of it. And you guys already know what it is. And in fact, it's so obvious that it really doesn't have to be spoken. But just for the sake of balancing everything out here, I'll say what it is. And it's, I mean, you probably already guessed it. A whole group of people are locked out of the game and not going to have access to it. That's the major con. And to some people out there, they feel that that con is so large and so significant that we should all come together and agree that exclusives shouldn't exist because everybody should have access to everything. And I get that. Even somebody as diehard as myself and Omen and others here, I'm sure we could all agree that if Sony, Microsoft, Nintendo, Valve, and every other platform holder, whoever they are, if they all got together on stage and they all shook hands and they said, we're breaking down all the walls, we're creating one console, we're unifying it, the Nintendo Xbox Pro 6, whatever. It's just, it's a console made by all of the, and Valve is in there too, right? And you buy this console, super powerful, you get access to everything. Everything, man. Who wouldn't love that? Everyone would love that. Everyone would love that. I mean, that's basically the equivalent of world peace in gaming. But just like we'll probably never experience actual worldwide peace, we won't experience that in the gaming industry either, because that's just not how things work. Playbox switch. There you go. Playbox switch. It's just not going to happen. And so as much as I would love to see that reality, the gaming utopia that we've spoken about, where it's like, we don't need exclusives. They're not a thing anymore. We don't use the word exclusive because everybody gets to play no matter what, everything. That just, I don't know why that can't happen, but it's just not, it almost seems like it's just not natural. Like, because even if like Xbox and Nintendo got together, right, and they were like, we're forming a partnership, I don't think Sony would be like, let's get in on that. Or if it was Sony and Microsoft, I don't think Nintendo would be like, yo, let's get in on that. Somebody would make the decision like, we're still going to do our own thing with exclusivity. And because of that, there's always going to be this kind of barrier. So I think this is why people choose not to focus on the negative side of exclusivity, because it's just so obvious, but there's also nothing that can be done about it. So maybe instead, let's focus on the positives. Are there positives? There is a positive aspect, as we talked about, to exclusivity. And I think it's just kind of nice to hear developers coming out and showing some support for that, and just kind of letting people know that it's not all bad. It's not. I do believe 100% Starfield would not have released by now in the state that it's in if it wasn't exclusive. I do think that it did benefit Starfield or the development when they're just like, well, we just got word in from Phil Spencer, drop the PS5, man. Drop it like a bad habit. We're done. We're just focusing on Xbox and PC now. I do believe that it lightened the load on them. Just like when Final Fantasy 16 went in development and they knew, like, we don't have to worry about the Xbox Series X or S or even PC right now. We just have to focus on this one console, this one kit. They had a whole year to optimize it. Granted, they still need to hopefully put out a patch for that performance mode, but the point still stands that there are benefits to it. And I just think that it's interesting to be hearing this from Todd Howard himself. And I do want to say here, what do you guys think about, he said, I want to read this quote from him one more time. He says, you do want people to be able to access it, of course, but being with Xbox means there's an ease of access for us, And this next part is the part that I'm really paying attention to. He says, quote, "And I'm told we're expecting more people playing this launch than anything we've ever done before. And that's despite the success of our previous games," end quote. Do you believe that? Could that be true? Is that true? Well, let's see. I think Phil Spencer said, I think it was today he announced, maybe it was yesterday, that Starfield on launch day, which was yesterday, had a concurrent player count of over 1 million players across PC and Xbox. Does that sound good? I don't know. I mean, that's not bad. Let's get that right out of the gate. Like, there might be some people who try to say that that's bad. I don't think that's bad. That's a lot of people playing at one time, no doubt about it. But the thing that I'm wondering is, do you think that Starfield is now the most played Bethesda game due to Game Pass? I'm assuming that's what he was referencing there, right? Because it's just so funny. Like, I just thought that sounded really strange to say, where he said, Todd Howard says, I'm told that we're expecting more people playing this launch than anything we've ever done before. And it's just ironic to hear that, where it's like, now that it's exclusive, like, you're expecting more players now that it's exclusive. I have to assume that's because of Game Pass. Saying Fallout 4 sold 12 million copies in 3 days. I saw that, and if that's true, dude, then yeah, there's no way. Maybe. I don't know. I don't say there's no way, but that seems like a high bar to clear, even with Game Pass. You're saying 1 million players via Game Pass, 25 million plus, Steam 130 million, horrible attach rates. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to hate on Starfield. I guess it just comes down to what look, I'll put it to you this way. The fact that Phil Spencer came out and said this is how many players, I'm assuming they're happy with it. Because if they were unhappy with it, they probably would have stayed quiet. But that's crazy to me, man, that Todd Howard is saying, like, this is going to be the most played game ever. Well, that's what he was told. So, yeah, it's interesting stuff here, man. You're saying it's PR? Yeah, it definitely could be. Definitely could be. You're saying 1 million concurrent people playing at the same time is a good ratio compared to other game statistics. And you're saying you don't like Starfield. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't sound bad to me. It doesn't. It sounds fine. This is why I get frustrated when we see these numbers touted by these companies, because they don't give context. I wish they would give I know they can't give context, but I would like to know, hey, we had 1 million concurrent players. This was our expectation. Like, maybe they said 800,000 was our expectation. I'd be like, oh, damn, And we have Exley 3000. Another legend showing up. Exley comes in, brings us up to 82 members by gifting 5 more memberships.
It's dangerous to rely on
Exley, there's Mark Cerny for you. Thank you so much for that, Exley. W's in the chat for Exley. You guys are crazy. I can't believe we're almost at 100 memberships already. That is insane. You guys are special, man. I'm telling you, this is a special community. I've never seen anything like it. Leviathan X says I spend more money on MBG than OnlyFans. It's an honor. It's an honor and a privilege. Really, though, thank you guys. You're saying MBG, for context, Baldur's Gate hit a 700K peak, and it's probably around 500K right now. Wow. Really? Yeah, I remember seeing that about Baldur's Gate 3. They kept talking about how it kept hitting a new peak. Yeah, I don't know, man. Baldur's Gate had over 850K. No way. Nah. That can't be. Is that guys, chat, is that true? Over that? No, I don't believe that. I got to look that up. You're saying 1 million co-current on a Wednesday. It's not even the weekend. We'll go higher by a lot. Well, you know what would be really interesting is if Phil comes out like after the weekend and is like, this past weekend we hit a co-current of like 2 million or something. Like that would be really big, I think. They could do that, yeah. You guys are saying that's true? What? Hold on. That's wild. Peak co-current players. Holy shit. So it says Baldur's Gate 3's launch proved that Larian was right, as the game not only topped the charts, it also peaked at over 875,000 co-current players on Steam. An impressive feat, not just for an RPG, but for a video game of any... Oh my God. I had no idea. That's insanity, dude. My God. I'm in disbelief. Because that game's sold at full price. That's the only way you can get it, if I'm not mistaken. And Hellbound 1981, another legend. Hellbound. Drops 5 more membership gifts, brings us up to 87 members on the day. We are getting closer and closer to hitting that 100 mark. Wild. Thank you, Hellbound.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you for that, man.
Enough from me. We're gonna have the games to
Give you Jim Ryan. I know he's your favorite, Hellbound. I know you loved that Jim Ryan quote. I'm surprised by that, though. Seriously. I don't know. See, I have to question at this point, though. Like, so Starfield peaks at 1 million with being in Game Pass for 2 platforms. Baldur's Gate 3 peaks at 875K, so just 125K less, being on only 1 platform at full price. Does that speak more to Baldur's Gate 3's success? Like, is Baldur's Gate 3 and its success a true anomaly? Or does it speak more to Starfield not being able to do as much heavy lifting? I'm just wondering what you guys think here, because I'm leaning more towards that being like, this is a sign of how successful Baldur's Gate 3 is. Like the fact that Baldur's Gate 3, I mean, that's crazy. That is crazy. Co-current players too. I still think it's crazy that Baldur's Gate 3, I don't know if it's still sitting at a 97 on Metacritic. I don't know. That's just mind-blowing. And it's a game I'm not even interested in, man, but it's just, even I can't help but pay attention to like the conversation around it. It's like, geez, this game came out of nowhere and like suplexed everybody. It's at a 96 now. Still though, that's insane. Well, either way, but I'm getting a little bit off topic here. I'm going to read these super chats momentarily. I guess I just want to say that, there have been conversations in the past about exclusivity. Is Sony garbage for striking these timed exclusivity deals? Is Microsoft garbage for buying a publisher and taking games that were going to be multi-plat like Starfield and Redfall and making them exclusive? Well, I mean, look, I think there's always, the thing about exclusivity is it's always going to come at someone's expense. And I think that's what people don't like, obviously. If you're a PlayStation fan, you could be playing Starfield right now on your PS5. But at some point along the way, after Microsoft acquired them, like, nope, Xbox only. But it's no different than when Sony strikes a deal with Konami to make Silent Hill 2 Remake exclusive. And I'm sure maybe there are some Xbox fans who were excited to see that game revealed, and then they find out, like, but it's not coming to Xbox, at least not yet, and there's no word on if it will. Then it's like, oh. But, I'm fine with exclusivity, man. I am. I've had conversations in the past with you guys about the way in which, Microsoft is going about it versus the way in which Sony's going about it, where we've talked about, like, is it really fair? That's the terminology I think that we use. Is it fair that Microsoft bought publishers and just swiped all this stuff up at one time? I mean, there's still an argument to be made that, like, it's extreme. Yeah, it is. There's no denying that, regardless of how many timed exclusivity deals Sony has struck throughout the years. There's no doubt that a platform holder buying up, Titan publishers and then in some cases just making all future games exclusive is extreme. It's very extreme. But I've kind of gotten over it now. I'm over that conversation because I'm just at a point where it's like, I've told you guys that things would continue to escalate. And one of the things that is going to continue to escalate in this industry is that exclusive games. It's going to be even more intense now. I don't know if people know that. I think most people are aware of that, but seeing Starfield and seeing Todd Howard come out and talk about the positives of exclusivity, and then seeing Final Fantasy 16 and seeing Yoshi P come out and talk about a similar thing. This is, in my opinion, this is just the beginning, man. Whether it's through timed exclusives or further acquisition, I think that the fight for exclusivity is about to ramp up significantly. I do. And I you do wonder, like, Sony's been so quiet behind the scenes, man. We know Microsoft is fighting for the Activision deal. Meanwhile, Sony's been very quiet behind the scenes. We're not hearing much. Don't be surprised if something they've been doing this past year, like very aggressively, I mean very aggressively, is pursuing even more third-party exclusives. Do not be surprised if that's something they're doing as a way to kind of retaliate for, not a retaliation, but like a response. I think it's a response to the acquisitions that Microsoft is making. Just like people were saying that, well, Microsoft's making these acquisitions because Sony was doing timed exclusivity. It's like, well, okay, that's the way these things are going to go. We're getting further and further away from that fantasized gaming utopia. So, all right, let me see here. We got Josh. You're saying I just beat Horizon Burning Shores DLC. Wow, it has now took my top spot for the best looking PS5 game. Excited that most PlayStation studios are using Decima. Yeah, I never got around to playing it, man. And this is what I hate about DLC that comes, like a year later is I've already moved on from the game and I'm likely playing something else. And when Burning Shores came out, I don't remember exactly what I was playing. I know I was playing something else and it kind of got in the way of me experiencing it. But I did watch some of it in 4K, and I know it's not exactly the same as experiencing it natively on your PS5, but I could tell even just watching it, I'm like, dude, this looks incredible. And you're not the only one, man. You are not the only one that I've heard this from. I've seen multiple people say that the Burning Shores DLC is by far like the best thing they've seen ever, like graphically and art style wise ever, like on PC, console, across the board. So maybe one day I'll get around to playing it. I think at this point I'm likely just going to wait for what Guerrilla does next. Although I don't know, there is some aspects of the Burning Shore DLC that did seem really cool. But yeah, man, this is why I wish DLC I wish Sony Studios didn't do DLC and instead just did expansions, like standalone. I really wish they would do that. I kind of understand why they probably don't for some games, because they want to maybe boost sales. Pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, you needed Horizon Forbidden West in order to access the Burning Shores DLC. But I wish that every DLC would be treated like a Miles Morales expansion, almost like a second. It's not like it. I know it's not a second game, but it kind of feels like a smaller scale second game, right? I would love to see that, because if they did that with Horizon, I would definitely be playing that. I would have probably bought it within a couple weeks after it launched, or when it launched. It's just different. It's just different. I mean, I always think about Miles Morales because I remember people were trying to say that it's just DLC, it's just DLC. And I was like, this is not DLC, man. Like, on the most technical level, you could maybe call it DLC, but it's not. I played it, I'm like, this is like a full game, dude. It's not as long or as as big in scope and scale necessarily content-wise as Spider-Man 2018, but for what it is, it's for $50, like, yeah, it's a full-blown game. Did I play the Final Fantasy VII Remake DLC? I actually did. Yeah, that was easy for me to play because I went right into it after I completed an Intergrade. And it was pretty good. Yeah, it was pretty good. Struggle Boxing, you're saying you just started playing Miles Morales on PS4 the other day and it feels like a full game to you. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. You call MW3 DLC. Well, hey. I want it to be known. I have walked back some of my initial response to Modern Warfare 3. Okay? I get, like, we have to see more of it. Okay? All right? We have to see. I can't judge Modern Warfare 3 just yet because I really don't know what it's going to be. You're saying got him. No, like, the thing is, man, the difference between calling something like MW3 DLC and something like Miles Morales is, at the same time, though, like, when we say, oh, Miles Morales is like a game, we don't mean a full-blown $70 game. Like, you guys tell me if you disagree with me here. And it's fine if you do, but I'm curious. If I were to say, looking at what Activision's doing with Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, it's fair to say it's not DLC, right? It's not DLC because they're treating it like an annual release. But to a lot of people, it feels like it's just an expansion of what MW2 is. And there's not really going to be much there that's new, necessarily, like brand new, or it's lacking. Would you agree with me when I say the best thing that could be done in this situation is Activision prices Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 at $50 and not the full $70? Do you think that would be a fair middle ground? Because in my mind, I feel like the answer to that is yes. That would be a fair middle ground where you can't harp on it so much and be like, oh, it's just DLC, because they're like acknowledging, like, well, it's not just a DLC expansion, like a DLC pack. This is a full-blown expansion to MW2 called MW3. But it's also, we don't want to get the hate from people who are like, dude, this does not justify a full-blown $70 price tag. Now, obviously, here's the thing, though. We know that's not going to happen. We know that Activision, this game's going to sell great. No doubt about it. And there's a lot of people who are complaining right now, being like, I'm not paying $70 for this. Yeah, you will. Yeah, you will. It's fine. I'm not angry with you. I get it. But it is what it is, man. It is what it is. It's interesting to think, though, with these DLCs, man. Yeah, Ghost of Tsushima, Icky Island. I honestly forget about that sometimes. Ghost of Tsushima, Icky Island. That's another DLC that was given out. And I think the reason why they couldn't treat it like a full-blown expansion was because they bundled it in with the Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut, if you guys recall. I remember a lot of people were a little bit confused. Were like, oh, Sony, you're already remastering Ghost of Tsushima and re-releasing it for PS5. But they were like, oh, we're going to have the new DLC bundled in with it. So if you already own the game, you just pay for the graphical upgrade and the DLC. But if you don't own the game, there you go. I mean, it's kind of a smart middle ground. And nobody gave Ghost of Tsushima a hard time, as far as I'm aware, because it felt fair the way they handled it. If they did the Icky Island DLC as a standalone expansion and then re-released Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut, that would have been a little strange. And I think I also want to say, I think one of the reasons that sometimes developers, I guess it comes down to like they have to decide how important it is to play the base game. Like, how important is it to play the base game for the DLC? I can't speak to Horizon Burning Shores. Like, I don't know if it was critical to play Forbidden West to enjoy the Burning Shores DLC fully, but I can speak for Icky Island DLC. And the Icky Island DLC for Ghost of Tsushima, I mean, I feel like you kind of had to play the base game to a degree, you know, like, because I'm sure you could experience it fine without it, but you'd be missing a lot. You really would be. There's like so much context, and the struggle, you'd probably only like understand it partially. But yeah, shout out to the Icky Island DLC. Totally forgot about that. Burning Shores is a post store. Yeah, so that's what I mean. It kind of calls for you to play it. Tony, you're saying you just platinum Ghost of Tsushima. I'm assuming you're saying there, what a game. Yeah, dude. One of my favorite games ever. Cannot wait for that reveal, man. I know people are hard on PlayStation right now, dude. I get it. You're saying it's pronounced Icky. Oh, okay. There we go again. Me and my pronunciation. Icky. It's Icky Island. It's Ick. Icky. It sounds weird to say Icky. Like, that almost sounds, I don't know. That makes me feel like I'm saying it wrong. But there was a time where I called Ghost of Tsushima Ghost of Tsushima, I think, and people were like, bro, it's, you know, the T is silent, man. Like, oh, my bad. Forgive me. So, let me see here. Got a couple more super chats. Thank you guys for being patient. By the way, guys, one more time here. Now that we have over 440 people here, please take 1 second out of your day here to just hit that like button for me. All right. I wouldn't ask you guys to hit that like button if it really didn't make a difference and if it really didn't help, but it does make a difference. So hit that like button. Let's see if we can crush 200 likes, maybe get to 225. I think we can do it. It would really help me out. Did I talk about the Final Fantasy 16 DLCs yet? What should we expect from it? So actually I didn't talk about them outside of a video I made covering it. What should we expect from it? That's a great question. And I don't want to go any deeper than that because I don't want to get in spoiler territory. All I will say without spoiling anything is there are many different directions they could go in, as you know. And I guess what I will say is I would be very fascinated to see if these DLCs take place after the main game. That would be kind of surprising to me. But I have a feeling they might not. I think with the DLCs, they might be like prequel stuff. Maybe focusing on some of the other characters. Some of the events that are kind of talked about. That'd be pretty cool. Saying they could do something with a certain icon. Yeah, they could. But that's another thing, man. Like that, it depends. For me, Final Fantasy 16 DLC, it's fully dependent. It's fully dependent on when it releases because I put over 100 hours into that game. I platinumed it, and it felt like a, you know, totally complete experience. I gotta admit, I'm not necessarily yearning for Final Fantasy 16 DLC simply for the fact that, you know, Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth is coming early next year. I'm like, you know, I got plenty of games to play between now and that game's release. But maybe the Final Fantasy 16 DLC will come like way after FF7 Rebirth. So that would be actually pretty smart, I think. But we'll see. Spacey, you're saying it's the best single player game I've ever played. David Jaffe on Starfield. Well, there you go, man. I mean, it's got David Jaffe's seal of approval. That's funny to me, though. Nah, dude, I'm pretty sure David Jaffe's just saying that to get on PlayStation fans' nerves. You know David Jaffe. He likes to stir the pot, man. I'm just kidding. No, good for him, though, man. That's I've heard a lot of people saying they're really enjoying it. I think people need to stop getting so defensive over Starfield, truthfully. And actually, let me extend that to everything. People need to stop getting so defensive in general. And they need to understand that, look, man, you're going to see some negativity out there regarding something you like. For example, when Spider-Man 2 gets closer to launch, you're going to see some negativity. And I'm guilty of this, so I'm not claiming innocence here. I'm not. And if anything, I'm trying to get better with this myself. We could do it together. Like when we get closer to the launch of Spider-Man, you know, there are going to be some people being very negative about it. And you're going to see some people react to it by getting defensive. But there's no need to defend, man. There's nothing to defend. There isn't. You just have to ask yourself, are you excited for Spider-Man 2? Do you want to play it? And if the answer to that's yes, then who the fuck cares what anybody else thinks? You know? I mean, for me, Spider-Man 2 is probably, I think it's safe to say it's one of the most anticipated game of the year for me. Because, I mean, I feel like by the time I play Spider-Man 2, it'll have been almost a full year since I've experienced first-party PlayStation Studios exclusive, like a big AAA game. And the last one would be God of War Ragnarok. And, you know, I see people say stuff all the time. It's like, it's just the same game. Who cares about superheroes? Who cares about Spider-Man? And you're in the same city. You know, I see all this negativity, and I'm like, okay, suit yourself. Like, I'm good, man. Like, I'm hyped as hell for this game. Like, I'm actually eagerly sitting here waiting for Sony to start ramp up the marketing, because I mean, I am one of those people where it's like, I don't have to see any more of it. I can just play it, but I'm totally okay with seeing more of it, I guess, is the best thing that I can say here. Ben's new game is reportedly Siphon Filter Paragon. Shane Harper, where are you getting this information? Out of curiosity. Well, to be fair, BG, you were saying the same thing after the Sony showcase. I know. I was personally not happy with the showcase, but I think, you know, me expressing negativity, it wasn't me expressing negativity towards it. It was the way in which I did it. Legendary meltdown. I know, but if I kept my cool and just talked about how I just really was let down by it. Saying Reddit, sadly. Okay. Source, Reddit. I mean, sometimes it can be a decent... It depends on where, though. Is this from the Gaming Leaks and Rumors subreddit? Because I'm on there now. I don't see anything about... Yeah, I'm not seeing anything about... Yeah, I don't know that I believe that. You know why? Because I just realized. I'll be honest, I feel foolish for even entertaining it this long, because I just realized, they confirmed it's a new IP. Damn it. How could I be bamboozled this easily? No, but really though, it's like, the only reason I was entertaining the notion of Siphon Filter was because I was like, oh, we did hear it's going to be stealth based. But then I was like, wait a second, they already confirmed it's a new IP. Like Ben Studio confirmed themselves. So it's like, there you go. It's not Siphon Filter. So wherever you heard that, man. Kevin, you're claiming you signed an NDA. I promise you that you don't want to see more of Spider-Man 2. Venom was already spoiled for me. Embrace it when it drops. Yeah, well, I hear you. But I feel like I do have an obligation, though, which I don't mind. If we do see more Spider-Man 2, I'll cover it. I'm expecting there to be a twist or two. Absolutely. All right, let me keep this going here. Omen with a super chat saying, if I were Sony, I'd be at war. Aggressively chase exclusivity deals, no acquisition, spend all money too much to bribe straight up bribing studios. Buy everything, free marketing, bring it on, Microsoft parasites. No, I hear you, man. I do believe that Sony is, I don't want to say that they're like going to be that aggressive. Like that's really aggressive. Like you're just straight, like you said, man, just straight up going to war with Microsoft. Like clearly, like you are, like they are disturbed by Microsoft. The only thing about it is I think Sony has this attitude that is less so about let's really stick it to them. And it's more along the lines of we're above that. Kind of, and I know that's maybe that feeds into the notion that they're kind of arrogant, right? But I'll be honest, man. I think Sony has that kind of, I guess we'll just call it, to keep it on a more positive note, because I do think it's a good thing for their platform and for their players. They have a very confident demeanor, and that and almost like a condescending demeanor internally, where it's like, yeah, they can go spend billions and billions and billions, and they could go do that. We're gonna still find a way to win, or at the very least succeed. And we're going to be very strategic about it. We're going to be calculated. We're going to be surgical. We're going to be methodical. And we're not just going to brute force our way. And in doing that, we are going to, look, man, I'm not trying to feed in. I shouldn't even say this, because if I say this, I know I'm feeding into the whole console war stuff. Just know, I'm not saying this to like annoy people or start anything. I'm not. But it's just it's a genuine feeling I get right now. Okay? It's an actual feeling I have. I'm pretty sure Spider-Man 2 is going to create more waves. Whoa. And generate more excitement than Starfield did. I could be wrong. I could be dead wrong. I want to make that clear. Like, I'm not saying it will. I'm just saying, based off of how I feel right now, I think Sony knows what they're doing. I really, really do. I think Sony, they have the utmost confidence in Spider-Man 2, and they feel like I don't think that they ever actually felt threatened by Starfield. And, to be fair, maybe Microsoft never intended Starfield to be that threat necessarily. That could be the case. But I just get this feeling like, okay, well, Starfield is here now, and it's the talk of the town right now, and it's doing well. I'm seeing a lot of people talk about it. I'm not saying there isn't attention on Starfield. There is. And I just don't want people to take what I'm saying and assume that, oh, Spider-Man's going to be huge and Starfield sucks. No, I'm saying Starfield's doing great. It is. It's doing very well. But I just get this feeling that once we go into October, and especially the 2 weeks leading up to the launch of Spider-Man 2, there's going to be a different type of buzz, a different type of energy. And I think it's just going to be simply because Sony knows what they're doing in this area. People say a lot of things about Sony in a very negative way, and I understand some of it, is warranted criticism. But one of the things you can't take away from Sony is they know how to drum up excitement for their first-party games. And that excitement is not something that leads people to disappointment. It's not something, they don't over-hype and under-deliver. They rarely ever do that, like with their games. Rarely ever. In fact, most times, especially with their bigger games, like what we're about to see with Spider-Man, it's actually the opposite. They underhype and over-deliver. Hence why people are always saying, like, when are you going to start showing more of the game, or talk more about the game, or market the game? And so when I say this, I don't mean it to I'm not trying to stir the pot here. I'm just saying that I think Sony, if we're talking from a competitive perspective here, I don't think Sony's worried. I don't. Because this idea of getting aggressive, I think they are. I said that not that long ago. I said I think that Sony is going to sign more third-party exclusivity deals than ever before, but I don't think it's done out of like spite necessarily, right? I don't like, again, it's not like let's stick it to Microsoft and their players. No, I think it's just done out of like, okay, our competition is buying literal publishers. Time to strategize. Time to reevaluate our strategy. Okay, well, has the third-party exclusivity stuff been working for us? Yeah, it has been. Do we see every major publisher getting purchased by Microsoft? No, we don't. So what's the best thing for Sony to do, strategically speaking, in this instance? Well, if you're Sony, you're probably thinking, well, hell, let's strike more exclusivity deals. Why? Well, because our competition they have more studios now. They're going to have more games now. They're going to have more of everything now. So we too have to produce more. And that is one viable way of producing more. The one thing I will say, though, is I do think acquisitions will continue. In fact, I wanted to bring this up to you guys. I'm going to read these other super chats. I just want to mention this before I forget. So Baldur's Gate 3 launches on PS5. Sony's really rallying behind it, as I suspected they would. I had a feeling that Sony was going to kind of push Baldur's Gate 3 a little bit because there's a lot of excitement for it. It's, talk that it might win Game of the Year. It's in the running. It's going to be in the running for Game of the Year. It's selling really well. And it has put Larian Studios on another level now as a studio. I looked it up just to see, is Larian, are they an independent studio? Yes, they are. They are an independent studio. I'm not saying I want this to happen because, as I said, I'm not into Baldur's Gate. It's just not my cup of tea. I'm not really into these like kind of classic RPG games. I would not be surprised if Sony is in the process of trying to make a play for Larian. Think about it. You're saying they already said they're not for sale. You hope they keep it that way. Yeah, I wouldn't want to see Sony acquire Larian because it, like, at that point, it does feel like, okay, this is just continuing to escalate. Because people would get mad. They would, which would be crazy to me that people would get mad. But if they said that, though, then that's what's always weird about situations like this, though, is like I feel like every video game studio, they have to make like that tough decision, right? Because there's no doubt that Larian is getting offers all over now, dude, like 100%. And you just have to wonder, like, if they may end up getting an offer, not necessarily from Sony, but from anybody. That's just too good to pass up. That's like, oh my God. Like, yeah, okay, time to cash in. Maybe not. I mean, that's the thing. When you become a big independent studio, you don't have to sell. You don't. You're big. You can do what you want now. But I just think it's just interesting to me to think that Sony's main competitor, that being Microsoft, everybody says, oh, they bought Bethesda and they have Obsidian, they have all these RPG studios now. And people are like calling for Sony to do something. Like, Sony, you got to start finding a way to compete now with RPGs, which I don't know if I agree with entirely. Like, I don't know that Sony needs to do that. As long as we have studios like Larian putting out like games multi-platform, which is an argument as to why maybe they shouldn't sell. They should just remain independent. But it's just interesting to think that like Sony, I'm telling you, they probably at least picked up the phone and called them and are like, guys, do you want to negotiate? And Larian could have just said, no, we're good. So it's like, oh, okay. That could have, but I'm sure Larian's phone is ringing off the hook right now. Everybody's calling them. EA's calling them. EA's like, man, BioWare ain't doing nothing anymore. Maybe we could get these guys Larian. So it's just interesting to think. It's interesting to think what could happen with a studio. And it's not just Larian too, though. Like, it's always fascinating to see these studios that just kind of explode out of nowhere, right? Like, they put out this game and the game blows up. And because of that, the studio blows up. just to see what the trajectory. They could be basically like the next CD Projekt Red in a way. Josh, thank you for the 10, man. You're saying, who would make a better live action Kratos? Vin Diesel or Dwayne Johnson? Also, the one thing from the video the other day is innovation is at an all-time low in terms of game design. Too many copycats. Yeah, that I do agree with. There were a lot of things I didn't like about that video, but there were also aspects of it that were, I think, very true. And yeah, because there's more developers and more development studios and just more everything in the gaming industry now, there's also more copycats. I agree. But who would be... So you're not asking me who I would want as a live action Kratos, but who would be better? So personally, I wouldn't want either Dwayne Johnson or Vin Diesel as Kratos. I wouldn't want either of them. But if I had to choose between one of them, I'm going to have to go with Dwayne Johnson, man. Like, I simply could not see Vin Diesel as Kratos. I just see Dom from Fast and the Furious. Like, it would ruin it for me. At least with Dwayne Johnson, like, I mean, I think The Rock, he gets a lot of shit. Like, a lot of people don't like him. I've kind of always been indifferent to Dwayne The Rock Johnson, like, I've always been indifferent to him, to where it's like, I've never really actively wanted to watch his movies, but any movie I've seen him in, I'm just like, okay. He seems a bit egotistical. I think, honestly, I don't like either Dwayne Johnson or Vin Diesel because they both seem pretty egotistical. Like, they just seem that way. And I get it. Like, a lot of people are, especially if you're in that type of position. But for me, I think I would just have an easier time accepting Dwayne Johnson as Kratos than Vin Diesel. Yeah, you know what? The Rock, he's actually not that bad. I will say I've come across a few things from him on social media, and I've listened to him occasionally. I'm like, okay, yeah, seems like I don't know if he's doing it, I don't think he's doing it for show. Maybe he is. I don't know. So he's ever The Rock to me is somebody that like gets a bunch of hate, and I just kind of don't know why. Like, nobody's like ever actually explained to me like, this is why we don't like The Rock. I don't know. And that's why I've always just kind of been like, I don't know. I don't have a problem with him. I don't have a problem with Vin Diesel either. I don't have a problem with Vin Diesel. I just could not see him as Kratos. Like, if Vin Diesel was cast as Kratos, I'd be like, well, I can't watch this. It's just not. It's not going to happen. It's not. Maybe if he wasn't in all the Fast and the Furious movies, maybe that'd be different. But what the thing is too, though, between Dwayne Johnson and Vin Diesel, Dwayne Johnson, I think, would have more of the body for Kratos because he usually, he's definitely not natural, but when he wants to play like certain roles, he gets in a really, really peak shape. And one of the things about Kratos, like, I don't know who they're going to get to play Kratos in this show. I would really prefer it that they don't like CGI his body and they actually get somebody who's just actually like ripped, right? That'd be pretty cool. So I feel like, Dwayne Johnson could do that pretty well. But yeah, I don't know. Preferably neither of them. A lot of people were saying that they should just get, oh my God, Christopher Judge. The guy who actually plays Kratos in the games. They should just get him. He's a huge guy, obviously has the voice. He is Kratos. That would be pretty sick. Yeah, I agree. That to me, it would be awesome to see Christopher Judge as Kratos because it would be like, it would just be perfect, dude. It's like when they get, they're doing a Ghost of Tsushima movie and the actor who plays Jin, he actually looks like him, dude. I mean, they're literally using his likeness, his voice. I think he did some of the. I'm assuming he did some of the mocap. So it's like You know they're not going to cast him as Jin Sakai in the Ghost of Tsushima movie, even though he is literally Jin Sakai. So we'll see, man. Yeah, that's going to be one of the more interesting things we end up finding out is we do know that there is this God of War live action show in the works. Who are they going to cast, man? Vin will say as Family Boy. Exactly. Yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe it would be more convincing when you look at it from that angle. All right, let's see. MBG, why don't you mention that Spider-Man 2 is literally a copy and paste of the first game and it has PS4 graphics? Well, I mean, I probably don't mention that because I don't believe that at all. Like, see what I mean? I get it, man. Here's what I'll say. If that's how you view Spider-Man 2, you don't have to pay attention to it, man. Like, you don't have to buy it. You don't have to watch the trailers. You don't have to care about it. But I do care about it. I think it looks good. I think it looks fun. I don't think it looks like a PS4 game at all. In terms of like expectation, like it looks very similar to Spider-Man. Yes, it's a sequel, just like Horizon Forbidden West in many ways looks similar to Horizon Zero Dawn, and how Ragnarok looked very similar to God of War 2018. But because it's a sequel, I am expecting many, many, many similarities. But from what I can tell, it looks really good, and I'm excited for it. So I don't know, man. I just don't know. Like, for people who think it looks like a PS4 game, and just think it looks like the same game, I mean, just don't buy it. It's that simple. Don't pre-order it. Don't buy it. But if you, this is why I don't understand at this point. It's like people who say that. To me, it's hard not to, I try to give people the benefit of the doubt, but it's like I feel like you're trolling, It's like we're well past this point now. All right, let's see. So thank you for that, Josh. Very, very interesting super chat there. John O, you're saying MBG in your previous video, Shawn Layden said the tech giants are like barbarians at the door. Exclusivity is gold in a more competitive market. Yeah, that's actually a great point you're making there, John O. And something I didn't think about. We did recently talk about that, how Shawn Layden is calling tech companies like Google, Netflix, and whatnot barbarians at the gate. And it is true, as more of these bigger companies get involved. And this is why I do still worry that Sony will buy a publisher, because you are right in that I don't even know, exclusivity is gold, but ownership is like what's higher than gold, like platinum at that point, right? Ownership is even more than exclusivity at that point. The thing about Sony though is, no, hold on though. You might be right. Exclusivity might be the be all end all. I say this because ownership, diamond, there we go. I'm thinking PlayStation trophies, platinum. But I'm thinking that exclusivity might be the be all end all, because if you think about it, like Sony, their greatest strength is their own studios and the games that their studios produce for them. And Sony leverages that by making them exclusive. So it's like, yeah, this is why I don't think Sony is going to go on some kind of like spending spree, even if Amazon gets involved, even if Netflix and Meta and they all start coming in and Microsoft is trying to compete with them. I still don't think Sony's going to feel the pressure or the need to be like, oh, we got to buy multiple publishers now and make that kind of risk, because it's like, you have a lot of studios and you have some of the biggest and best in this industry. And if there's one thing I would bank on is any of these companies that are trying to get involved, they're not going to be able to build studios like Naughty Dog, like Sucker Punch, like Insomniac, like Guerrilla Games. Good luck. Good luck. You can try to build it, but what I mean is that's not going to be something that competes with these studios for many, 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 many years. And that's, if anything, that might be why that studio that Microsoft tried to make, and I guess they're still a thing. What's the name? The Initiative. Microsoft was like, we got to have our own like Naughty Dog-esque studio. So we're going to build one called The Initiative, and we're going to fund them and give them all the money they need and buy all the talent or hire all the talent. And it just didn't come together. And I don't know, now they have to rely on like Crystal Dynamics to help develop this remake. Then they're developing a remake. They're not even developing a new IP. So it's like, I think that no matter what, Sony and Nintendo and maybe Microsoft. Well, I will say Microsoft because they're purchasing publishers, so that's how they're establishing their foothold here. But I think no matter what happens in this industry, no matter who enters it, like these companies, these gaming companies, they're solidified. They're like the Mount Rushmore of gaming companies, and they're not going anywhere because they've just been here for too long, and they've built themselves up too high to where, it could be a situation where, sure, like Amazon could come in and get really disruptive, and so could Meta or whoever else or Google, but it's like they're not going to shake down they're not going to shake down Sony or Nintendo. They're just not. They're not, because it's like, do you think Nintendo's going to stop making Mario and Zelda and all these games? Like, you think that's going to stop? You think they're just going to suddenly drop in quality? You think they're just going to fold? You know what I mean? It's like, that's not how it works. Same with Sony. Like, you think Sony's just going to think Naughty Dog's next game isn't going to impress people, regardless of how controversial it may be? You think Ghost of Tsushima 2 isn't going to be massive? You think Wolverine isn't going to be big? You think when we eventually get Spider-Man 3, that's not going to be even bigger than Spider-Man 2, potentially? You think, studios like Housemarque, studios like Bluepoint, you think they're not going to continue to grow and get even better? It's quite the opposite. And this is why, if anything, like Sony and Nintendo, and even now to an extent Microsoft, they're game studios. And their platforms are truly the greatest deterrent to, in my opinion, to these barbarians at the gate, because it's like, yeah, they are barbarians at the gate, and they may try to get in, but look at where they're at the gate, man. Are they going to get through? And even if they get through, Google got through with Stadia. What happened? They got slaughtered. That's what happened. That's what happened. So I'm okay, dude. I'm totally okay with the industry just kind of like being as it is and only growing like horizontally, still vertically, but mostly horizontally at this point. I don't think we need, I really don't think we need one of these bigger, I tried to say bigger and mega at the same time. These bigger mega companies, right? Like, come in and be like, we're going to do this and just change everything up. Like, I don't even think gamers would be. This is why I know gamers are considered like toxic and whatnot, like toxic gaming communities, but you got to admit, we don't just accept most shit like no problem, right? Like, we do have, like, seemingly gamers have standards, man. It might not be perfect, Some stuff does get slipped through, but I think Stadia is like the ultimate proof, and I think it'll just be used as an example for many years to come of like, you could be the biggest company in the world, have the most money, have the most power. You could have everything. Doesn't mean you can just walk into this industry and say, This is how we win. Like, no. You got to follow in the footsteps of the companies and the people that built this industry to where it is now. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. Because I'll tell you what, even though Microsoft did escalate things, even though Microsoft is like, yeah, we're going to buy publishers, and again, I still think there's a couple problems with that. At the very least, they're still doing what has kind of, in some sense, always been done, in that they're just doing it on a much bigger scale now, which, again, that could have serious negative implications depending on what happens next. But I'm just saying, like, you know, even that isn't the craziest thing in the world. I don't know what else to say other than I think Stadia is as crazy and ridiculous and dumb as it gets, where you just get a powerful company that says, we're paving the way for the future, and this is going to be the future of gaming. And everybody just collectively looks over and says, no, we don't like you. Please go away. And that's exactly what happened. So I guess I have to ask the question at that point, what can Amazon, what can Netflix, what can Meta, what can any of these very powerful companies offer that is going to make people go, well, actually, I mean, somebody might say like a Game Pass like service. Yeah, maybe until these companies see like how much investment that requires, how much money they're probably going to lose up front. Because you have to remember, like, this is, as the stakes get higher and higher and the risk increases, the only thing that these big companies want to know, and I will say, this is where I think I disagree a little bit with Shawn Layden, a little bit, when he phrased it as like, these companies want a piece of the pie. No, they don't. No, they don't. Google proves this isn't about getting a piece of the pie. Google came in wanting to literally, you know, when Google made Stadia, they really believed like this is going to transform this industry and everyone's going to flock to this. Everyone's going to play games through Stadia because it's the easiest way for people to play games, right? It's the most accessible. And they learned really quickly that no. So it wasn't about getting a piece of the pie. It was about finding a way to get the whole pie, or as much of it as you possibly can. So, you know, that's why I still think, even though the barbarians are at the gate, they haven't done anything yet because they don't know what to do. They don't like, and the only thing they can do, it takes years. It takes years. Even Microsoft was in this industry for over 20 years, and even they couldn't do it. And they had to come to the conclusion that we got to buy publishers now. And that's no offense against them. It's just the reality. It's like, it ain't easy out here, man. It ain't. Like, the name of the game is not how much money can you spend. It's not. Because here's the thing. Yeah, Microsoft is buying Activision, and they bought Bethesda. But that's where, like, the conversation was so intense around Starfield because of the pressure on that game. The conversation around Starfield was not about how much money did Microsoft pay for this, because that's irrelevant to the only question that's actually being asked, and that is this game going to be fucking worth it? Are you delivering the goods? Yes or no? And if the answer is yes, then it's like, okay, that's what people wanted. That's what the expectation was. And that is how, that is how you win, essentially. Same thing with Spider-Man 2. For as much as I talk up Sony's not invincible, man. They're not. Sony is susceptible to all of the pitfalls that any of these companies are. But Sony has something that probably I'd say only Nintendo has. And I think, I don't know, I'm not convinced with Microsoft. It's always tough whether or not I don't feel comfortable putting Microsoft on the same level as Nintendo and Sony, because I just don't feel like they're there, truthfully. But I feel like Sony has something that Nintendo also has, and that is just years of experience and understanding. That's like, Microsoft does have that, but not when it comes to first party. in the same way. Sony's made mistakes just like Microsoft, but I think that Sony has proven that they've kind of bounced back from those mistakes much quicker. They're much more resilient. Microsoft, I think, has struggled there. Nintendo has proven, more so than Sony and Microsoft, the power of getting behind your IP, getting behind your games, and just putting quality above all else and being unwavering in that. And that's what's so... I think that is what makes this industry great. Some people might disagree. I'm going to sound crazy here to some people, but I'm going to call a spade a spade. Do you think Call of Duty would be where it is now, as successful as it is now, if when a new Call of Duty game comes out, the quality wasn't there? If it was a low quality game, do you think, and I'm saying like each year, just low quality game after low quality game, maybe slightly better, slightly worse, just low quality. And I know people like shit on games like Call of Duty, even I have. But the answer, frankly, is no. Because regardless of how monetized these games are, you know, regardless of how monetized they are and how egregious they can be in their pursuit for we want more money from you. I get that. That is probably this industry's biggest issue. I mean, I just saw that NBA 2K is selling what they call a microtransaction for $150 for like 700,000 VC or something. It's like, okay. But the point is, if the quality isn't there, you will not succeed 99% of the time. Even a game like Cyberpunk. I said before that I was very sad and disappointed to see how well Cyberpunk sold, even though they literally lied and the game was broken. But they still were forced. Like they knew, and everybody knew, like, you're going to make this game good, right? And I'm not saying that's an excuse. It's not. The game needed to be good from the start. But the only choice, the only way through, or the only way out was through, and that was through it's got to have quality. And even today, I see people telling me, like, dude, Cyberpunk is one of the best games I ever played now. Yeah, so it's like, okay, I don't think all is forgiven, but it's the best possible outcome we could have gotten. So the picture that I'm trying to paint here, and the same applies to Sony, before I come to my conclusion here. Spider-Man 2 only has one option. One option. And that is it has to be quality. Not just decent quality, not even just good quality. It needs to be great quality. It has to be high quality. Not just for the sake of the game itself and it doing well, but for the sake of the entire PlayStation platform, of Sony's gaming platform and the PlayStation 5. It has to, because if it's not, then it's over. It's over. You know? It'll still sell decent because it's Spider-Man, but the hit to Sony's reputation will be something they could not overcome. If Spider-Man came out and was low quality, didn't hit the mark, was broken, was a disaster, the hit that Sony would take many years to correct. And this is what these older executives, I know they kind of get made fun of. You're saying this is all fear, uncertainty, doubt. No. What I'm saying is actually, in a way, I'm defending the gaming industry a little bit, which some people might not like, but it is true. It is true to a degree, right? Think about it. A lot of people don't like these older video game executives. I get it because it's like they're old men in suits that are just businessmen, but I will say that there is a common theme between all of them, even again, Nintendo's executives. And it's that they all seemingly have this understanding that it doesn't matter how much money you want to make. We get it. Like, your job is to make more money for your company, and you're going to do that. You're going to find ways to do that. And that's, if anything, that's where the backlash comes in. But it comes down to the simple fact that you only achieve success in this industry by bringing something of quality to the table. If you do not do that, you will not find success. Period. End of discussion. Now, if you want to have the conversation, well, these companies are too greedy. Yeah, they probably are, because once they find that success, they try to exploit it. And that's the biggest problem of this industry. Rockstar and GTA are the perfect example of this. I just saw a dumb rumor going around that, I call it dumb, but it's actually kind of believable, where people are saying, or like there's this rumor and it's claiming that GTA 6 is going to cost $150. Not $70, $150. That's absurd. That is beyond absurd. Who would even come up with that rumor, let alone who would believe it? But then when you think about it, when you really think about it, it's like, could they do that? Could they? Would they? Would it work? Yes. The fucking answer is yes. And people don't want to hear that, but the answer is undoubtedly yes. And that, to me, that's a scary notion. That's a terrifying notion. Because that's where, at that point, we would have to band together as gamers and say, no. The line is crossed. Because here's the truth, right? The quality of GTA 6 will be there. We all know that. Does anybody doubt that? Does anybody doubt that GTA 6 is going to be a low quality game? No. Everybody knows it's going to be one of the highest quality games ever released. Does that mean they should charge over double for that game? Well, you'd have to have some brass ones, I'll tell you. You would. You'd have to have some brass ones to say, our game's so good, it's going to cost $150. You want to say, our game's so good, we're going to charge $90? I won't lie. I would pay $90 for GTA 6. I would. And I'm pretty sure almost everybody would. But not even double to $140, $150. That would be fucking ridiculous. And that's where we would have to, honestly, there would have to be a war, dude. There would have to be a war, because it's like you want to push the envelope, and if there was ever a game to push the envelope, it could be GTA 6, and they could get away with it. But there's a difference between pushing the envelope and just straight up, breaking the camel's back here. And to me, that would be breaking the camel's back. And it's just so crazy. Like, they could do it. Yes, they could. They could charge $150. Like, I do almost view Rockstar and Take-Two Interactive as just crazy enough for like, fuck it. There is no more GTA after this. GTA 6 is it. And it could be. GTA, if they decided to charge $150 for GTA 6, do you know why they would do that? I'll tell you why. They would communicate very clearly, like, this is the last GTA game being made. Basically, $150 entry fee for the next generation of GTA, and from this point forward, you're in, and you're never getting out. That would have to be the only reason. Like, that's the only way I could see that. And even then, people would be like, "What, are you fucking crazy?" But yeah, they do. Yes, they do. They have the leverage to do it. They do. You're saying I would wait for a sale? Shit's never going to go on sale, dude. It has to be for like a collector's edition, right? I see here we have Ice Queen Gaming. Ice Queen Gaming coming in, re-upping their membership. Member for 3 months. I think that's, unless this is glitched out. Ice Queen Gaming either re-upped their membership, or if they didn't re-up it, they tried to do a milestone chat, which didn't come through for some reason. which I'm not sure why. Man, I don't know. Is it a membership? Yeah, I'm trying to... I don't know. It didn't make the counter didn't go up, but either way, Ice Queen Gaming, I'm sorry if it was a message. It's not showing up. And if it was a membership, thank you for that. Saying YouTube has been bugging chats as of late. Saying even your paid super chats get messed up. Yeah, that's really annoying. YouTube's got to get their shit together, man. Well, let me reel it in just a little bit here, because there was a point to what I was trying to say here, and there's a point. The point that I'm trying to make is simply this industry is not as fragile or unstable or volatile as I think some people believe it is. It is in some ways, but generally speaking, I think we should, I don't want to say be, because I don't want to sound like some kind of apologist or shill here, because I don't want to use the term be thankful. That sounds a bit too much. Like we're paying money for this stuff. It's not free. It's not charity. But I guess I should say that it could be much worse. And I think as I say things like, hey, look at 2023, look at this year in gaming, how there's basically something out there for everybody. It does speak to that. I think it does speak to, even though things are not perfect, like, again, video game launches, it's, you know, they need to be held to a higher standard, less of this stuff where it's like release now, fix later. There are problems, and I'm not ignoring that, but I guess it's just when you consider that now there are these big companies that want to potentially just kind of like strong arm their way into this industry. The best thing we could do is support the quality, man. You know, support the quality and continue to just send the message as best we can. That, you know, we have our limits. Like, I don't think anybody wants to pay $150 for a game. But at the same time, like, we have also proven that we will pay for quality as long as it feels fair, right? As long as it feels like it's not, again, crossing the line. We will pay for that. And I think that I think that we have to just continue to send that message, because as long as we continue to send that message across the industry, it's going to make it, it's going to keep it difficult for these companies to just strong arm their way in, because that's the thing. Do you know why Stadia failed? Believe it or not, Stadia didn't fail because, at least in my opinion, it didn't fail because it was cloud only. I do think that that's a major reason, but I think the biggest, most egregious mistake that Google made with Stadia is they came out here and they said, we're going to have a brand new platform and it's going to be the future, the platform of the future, but they had no games. They entered this market where you want to talk about what's gold in this. It is exclusives, but it's the content, man. Like the exclusive content, like the studios and the games that are being made and the content that are being made at these studios. And they just came in and they're like, yeah, we don't have anything, but maybe one day we will. And it's like, yeah, how to make your platform fail instantly, 101. MBG, did you see them losers on Twitter that tried to get Alana Pierce fired for playing / covering Starfield? Got so bad she had to do a video addressing it. Pathetic waste, man. What the fuck? Dude, what is wrong with people? Like, I mean, what the heck? Like, I know what's wrong with people. I do. But I still have to ask myself out loud sometimes, like, what is wrong with them? Just let people play games, man. Leave them alone. PS Gamer, you're saying, what do you think of Starfield being an 86? Everyone expected this game was going to be above a 93. Imagine if God of War or the next NG is around 86. I don't know if you like maybe Naughty Dog game. I mean, I get what you're saying, PS Gamer, and it is true. I'm like straight up, if Spider-Man, I don't know, so I could see Spider-Man being like an 87 or 6 or 88 or something, but yeah, you know, God of War is a good example because like that game was definitely, the expectation was, I don't think many people were assuming it was going to be below a 90. If God of War Ragnarok was at an 86, it would get shit. It would. I wouldn't feel the need to defend it though. And I don't think anybody should. Because I said earlier, like, people shouldn't feel the need to defend games. Don't. There's no reason to. Because here's the thing. There's always going to be people who are going to hate on a game. Because I could assure you, Starfield could be a 98 on Metacritic. There would still be people trying to shit on it. Spider-Man 2 could be a 96 on Metacritic. There would still be people trying to shit on it. Spider-Man could be an 80, a 78, and I'm still going to buy it and play it because I've already made my decision. And I would be shocked if that's where it ended up, but I made my decision. I know, like, I'm going to enjoy this game regardless of the review scores. Review scores to me are only helpful for games that I'm really unsure of what I'm looking at and what to expect. You know? And I have, like, I saw people saying that review scores to them are helpful and they're very important for them. And I respect that. I don't think there's anything wrong with relying on professional reviewers and scores and the general sentiment to know, like, is this game going to be worth your time and money? Because those are both very valuable things to people, right? Your time and your money. You're saying you're talking about industry expectations. Well, I will tell you right now, to me, it would come down, I'd have to just simply ask why. Like, if I was expecting a game, and not just me, but like the general expectation is this is going to be possibly a game of the generation, you know, one of the biggest games that comes out this gen. And I mean, it's being hyped up like a lot. Like, and a lot of Sony games are. Like, I mean, this is really, people are treating this like this is going to be huge. This is an event, right? Like, this is an event game. And if it was expected to maybe hit like a 90 or 89 to 90 minimum, and it's at like an 86 is not bad. But there is something to be said for, it didn't quite get there. Why? And to me, that would be the only thing that matters in terms of if I'm going to investigate this, why is it sitting at an 86? So I would know automatically, okay, there are some reviews that are giving it really high praise. Why are they praising it? But there are reviews saying some pretty negative things here. Enough negative things to drag it down to an 86, right? Again, a game that's expected to be higher than that. That's what I'm going to be, and that's where I would deter. Like, for example, I went through this with Ghost of Tsushima. Ghost of Tsushima is at an 83 on Metacritic, and I went and I looked at some of the reviews. I looked at some of the high reviews, I looked at some of the mid reviews, and I looked at the low reviews. And what I noticed is I could not disagree more with the low review scores. Not in like a fanboy way, like, oh, you're fucking wrong. Like, no, it's your opinion. But I don't feel that way at all. And that's where, and I kind of learned in that moment, like, you can begin to realize how unhelpful Metacritic scores are, and even individual reviews. And people might not want to admit this, but everybody has a bias. Everybody does. There's no such thing as a completely unbiased person. It just doesn't exist. Everybody, to some extent, they have things that they like, that they gravitate towards. And when they gravitate towards that, there is an expectation. No matter what. No matter what. There is an expectation. And it doesn't mean that they can't be fair and reasonable and balanced. But I guess what I'm trying to say is that, like, if a person said, I expect Starfield to be like a 94 and one of the best games of the generation, because that is what I want it to be and what I'm expecting it to be, and it's not. Like, it's at an 86, and they say, well, I don't care. I'm still going to enjoy it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Why wouldn't you? I would also have to ask the question, the person who gives Starfield a 58, what exactly was your expectation? You get what I'm saying? Like, if you're giving this game a 58, what was your expectation of this game going into it? And that's it. I feel like you just have to ask these questions. You have to do, if you really care about it, and I would suggest just not caring about it unless you really need that information to help make a decision. Just do a little bit of investigating, and I think most of the time you'll find it's really not hard to determine for yourself that, like, you're either going to agree with the Metacritic or you're not. That's it. And you just simply have to ask, why is that? I'll tell you right now, there are people who are disagreeing with Starfield's Metacritic because they don't want to see it at an 86. They want to see it higher for that reason alone. There are people agreeing with Metacritic's 86 because they want to see it at an 86 or lower. And there's no reason other than that. Make sure you look past that stuff. Make sure you look past that stuff, because that stuff is what's going to skew your understanding of, like, okay, what are the pros and cons of this game? Truly. Everything will be weaponized. But it's a good question. I mean, just to answer it one more time, dude, if God of War Ragnarok, sat at an 86 on Metacritic, it would get shit. But the people themselves would, the PlayStation and God of War fans would have been the ones to enable it to be given shit. Do you understand? Does that make sense? Just like right now, to an extent, like Xbox fans are doing the same thing, where I would recommend going forward to not assume anymore, right? To not overhype things, to not make things seem greater than maybe they actually are. And that can be hard sometimes when you're super excited for something. Like a game that's going to be really, really hard for me not to do that with is Ghost of Tsushima 2, right? Like, for Ghost of Tsushima 2, my gut reaction when that game's revealed is, this is going to be one of the greatest video games ever made, and it's going to be a fucking 95 on Metacritic, and I everybody should play it, and it's going to be a game of the generation. That's going to be my gut way to want to react, because that's my personal bias there. Like, I'm super excited for that game. But I've been around this stuff long enough to know that it would be in my best interest to not speak about it that way unless I make it explicitly clear that this is just how I feel. You shouldn't feel that way. And if you do, that's fine. If you agree with me, that's fine. But I'm not saying this is how everybody should feel. And I think that's the disconnect there. The disconnect is we have people like myself, but many, many, many others who have a voice, they have a platform, they have some kind of influence, they have some kind of power, and they go around and they say, let me tell you how it is. And people need to stop fucking doing that. Because no, you can't tell me or anybody else how it is. I can't tell you how it is. We are all different people with different opinions and different expectations. So we would all benefit from taking a step back. Stop being so egotistical. Stop being so full of ourselves, me included, to say, you know what, maybe I don't tell you how it is. Maybe I say how I think it is, how I see it. And that you can see it a completely different way. And that's totally fine. Because we get too much of that happening in these circles. And that is something over time that has really grown to annoy me. Because it's like, if I say, let me tell you how great Spider-Man 2 is going to be. Let me tell you how Spider-Man 2 is going to be 93 on Metacritic. Game of the year, going to stomp on everything. Of course, some people want to hear that. Some people want to hear that. Of course, I get that. And as somebody who runs a PlayStation-centric channel, I also understand that, you know, there are definitely going to be some people who are like, yeah, man, I'll cheer that on. And that's fine. Like, be excited. I'm excited for the game too. But I'm not going to do that because I don't want to set shit up for failure needlessly. Well, I don't want to set shit up for failure at all. But especially to that type of degree where it's like, if I sit here and I pump this, if I make Spider-Man 2 sound greater than it really is, I'm literally giving ammunition. I'm giving people who want to doubt this game, who want to shit on this game, I'm giving them ammunition to use in the future. Not just against me, but against the entire community for no fucking reason. And that's what's happening right now. Some PlayStation fans are getting shit on for shitting on Starfield because they're coming out and they're being like, yeah, in 86, that game fucking sucks, dude. Garbage, trash field. And it's like, yeah, they should be getting shit on because it's not all that. In 86, like, dude, those PlayStation fans, you have another thing coming when Sony releases an exclusive that's a fucking 86 on Metacritic. All those people that you're shouting that to, get ready because it's coming back around. It's coming and it's going to hit you right in the back of the head. And those are the types of games that I'm not trying to fucking play. Saying new Venom tweet, shit, let's go check it out. Speaking of Spider-Man 2, let's hype this shit up. Ooh, that looks good. That looks good, man. Thank you I've been waiting for this one. All right, let me put this out real quick. New Venom picture. All right. Tangent interrupted by new Venom. The irony, though, right? He looks sick, dude. Venom looks awesome in Spider-Man 2, though. I really think that they're doing a good job. Man, I want to see him. I want to see him in game, man. They're hiding it. But yeah, I guess I'm just I'm just going on this little tangent here because it's like, look, man, what comes around does go around, and there's nothing wrong with wanting to be encouraging. And that's what I would suggest to everybody. Like, if you're sincerely excited about a game, just express that excitement and just let people know how, like, just separate your own personal excitement for, you know, how it might really go for the overwhelming majority of people. And this is what I've accepted. I realize, like, look, there are people out there genuinely, and there might be some people here listening to this right now that are not excited for Spider-Man 2. If you say to me, like, yeah, I'm not very excited about Spider-Man 2, it just doesn't look very good to me, you know? And that's like, all you say, like, you're clearly not hating, you're clearly not trying to start shit, you're just being honest. I'd be like, I totally get that. I totally get that. There are many games that people love that I'm not excited about and not looking forward to. And that's just the way it goes. So I'm not going to sit there and try to tell that person, like, no, dude, you're wrong for not being excited for Spider-Man because this is a 10 out of 10 game. Because people have tried to do that to me with Starfield. It's like, dude, I don't care what you're saying, man. I'm not playing Starfield. Like, it's just, I'm not interested in it. I don't care if it gets 10 out of 10s. I'm good. You know, I am good, man. So, you know, I'm not going to sit here and be like, I'm not playing Starfield because that shit got an 86 on Metacritic. Like, no, it could have got a 96 on Metacritic. It wouldn't make a difference to me. You guys are saying you want to see the picture? All right, hold on. You want to see Venom's 19 inches? I bet you do. Let me get it here. Oh, wait. What the hell just happened? Sorry about that. All right, here. Where is it? Where's the picture? Here's the picture. Whoa. Shrink that up. So there you go. Actually, I gotta shrink it even more. It's a little awkward because I don't want it to like completely cover my face, but there you go. That's a new look at Venom. Looks good, man. Looks good. Getting excited. Getting excited, man. Saying it's blur. Is it blurry? I don't know, man. It looks. I mean, on my end, it's coming in clear. Am I going to play Liza P? I'm thinking about it. Yeah, I'm. Liza P looks pretty good. I played the demo, so yeah, I'm definitely thinking about it. Actually, you're saying Starfield looks boring AF to me. Now that I know it has a ton of woke crap in it, I'm thankful MS made it exclusive. Damn, actually. Saying Venom hits the gym. Yeah, he's huge, man. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, I'm hoping we start to, I don't know, what else is Insomniac going to have to say about this game? Saying trailer? I don't think there was a new trailer, no. You think he's going to be playable? I think he might be, man, at one point or another. Omen, sorry to keep you waiting, man. You're saying Starfield Metacritic 87 with 59 reviews. No user score yet. FF16 Metacritic 87 with 143 reviews and 81 user score based off of over 8,400 reviews. Let's see if Starfield can hold up. I'm not convinced. Good, not godlike. Yeah, so that's the thing, man, is like you bring up Final Fantasy 16 and I don't know if it's hard for me to say if Final Fantasy 16 was overhyped or not because, you know, I was following the game and I could tell there was a lot of excitement for Final Fantasy. If you said to me that there was an expectation that Final Fantasy 16 was going to get a 90 or higher on Metacritic, I would have believed you. Like, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I probably had that expectation as well. And so when it landed at an 87, I was like, okay, well, whatever, man. You know, it just seems like maybe it didn't land for everybody the same way. Like, there are just some review outlets or reviewers that were like, this ain't really it. And I did kind of talk, and this is where I did get a little bit toxic about it. But it was only because, and this is what I mean, there's no excuse for it, actually, because the truth is, like, I got defensive for Final Fantasy 16, and there was just no reason for me to do that because I was kind of harping on the fact, and maybe it's because I injected my own personal feelings into it too much, where people were complaining about Final Fantasy 16 not being RPG enough. Like, it's not like a traditional RPG, and it's too action-oriented. And I guess I got bothered by that, which I shouldn't have, but I did because it's like, I felt like one of those people that the game was trying to appeal to, and it worked. And I guess maybe a part of me felt like a little bit offended where it's like, you know, what about people like me where I actually really like this and I'm glad they made this decision and I really enjoyed it. But at the same time, it's like, there's no need for me to defend that because it's like, that's what they chose to make. It appealed to me. I bought it. I played it. I enjoyed it. And if anything, I guess I just feel sorry for those who didn't enjoy it for that reason. You know, like for people who are like, man, I didn't enjoy Final Fantasy 16 or I'm not into it or I don't want to be into it because it's not like the other Final Fantasy games. I'm like, I get that. That's a jarring feeling maybe. I kind of feel sorry for them, but I thought it was great, you know, and I really enjoyed it. And I guess what I'm trying to say is it doesn't matter to me at all that it didn't get a 90 on Metacritic. Like, it really doesn't. Because to me, Final Fantasy 16 is like a 9.3 out of 10, something like that. I mean, it's not perfect. No game is perfect, but those boss battles for me and just how fluid and fun the combat was, and also just how epic some of the story moments were, and it really elevated that game for me. So, hold on. But I get what you're saying, Omen. You're basically saying like you're not convinced that you know, Starfield is a godlike game. And I guess what we would consider like godlike games are those games that just like unanimously are just minimum 9 out of 10. And I get that. And, you know, it's hard not to pay attention to those types of games. It's hard not to pay attention to them because it's very hard for a game to just unanimously get like a, you know, 9s across the board or 10s across the board, or, you know, the lowest score being like an 8.5 out of 10 or something, or an 8 out of 10. And we'll see. It will be interesting to see where the user scores end up landing because I will say Final Fantasy 16 user scores, I think to a lot of people are much more important than review scores. Holding an 81 user score with over, you know, 8,400 reviews is really impressive. I would say that's really good. It's really good. So we'll see, man. We'll see. And I appreciate the super chat, man. Daniel, remember for 2 months saying GTA 6 will actually be game of the generation and not Starfield. Do you agree, MBG? Well, to be honest, I feel like you could put GTA 6 up against literally any game. Any game. Not just Starfield. And you could make the argument that GTA 6 will win out and be game of the generation. I do think so. I think GTA 6 is going to be game of the generation because I say this as somebody who's not even like that. I love GTA, but I'm not like super into it. I don't play GTA Online. I'm more into PlayStation Studios games than I am GTA. But even I know that there's nothing else out there that will generate anywhere near the same amount of hype as GTA 6. Not Sony, Nintendo, Microsoft, doesn't matter. It does not matter. There's nothing out there that will match it. And again, I say that not as a super fan or fanboy of like Rockstar, because I'm definitely not. But yeah, I think when GTA comes out, it's going to be game of the generation. It is. There's just no way around that. It's a game that's been in development for like a decade now. Saying so, I'd rather play Death Stranding 2 over GTA 6. I mean, it's hard to even fathom that question because it's like, in what world would I have to make that decision? You know what I mean? Like, in what world would I have to make that decision? I will say though, like gun to my head, GTA 6 would win out over almost everything. Just because how could you not be curious, dude? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I'm super hyped for Death Stranding 2, and I love Death Stranding. But how the hell could I not be curious? Like, don't you want to know what GTA 6 is like? But then I'd be really disappointed that it's like, it's just like GTA 5. It's like, oh, fuck. It is, isn't it? It's just like GTA 5, isn't it? I'm so curious to see what happens with GTA, man, because it's going to go one of two ways, and I think it's only going to go in a positive direction. But there are a lot of people betting against GTA 6. At least not a lot, but more people than I would expect to see betting against it, thinking that Rockstar is a shell of their former self. This game's not going to be nearly as good as people think. Maybe that's true. I'll be very interested. Like, here's what I'll say. The hype levels for GTA 6 will be cataclysmic. Okay? Monumental. You'll never see anything like it. The only question we're going to have to ask is it really all that? Is it going to live up to the hype? Is GTA 6 going to live up to the hype? We'll see, man. GTA is dead to you? Saying, speak for yourself. I'm not paying $90 for anything. Y'all got to jump off Sony's blank at some point. What does that have to do with... What is me saying that Rockstar Games could charge $90 and people will pay for it? I was... Okay, so are we back? I just like completely lost connection for a moment there. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's never a notification I like to get. It told me that there was no data, and if it didn't come back, the stream was going to end. Am I lagging or am I good now? It looks like we're good here. All right. Yeah, I don't know. The timing, though. The timing of that, right? Sorry about that. I have no idea. Hold on one sec, guys. I gotta let my cat out. They were I don't know. I also wanted to get them out of here because I was convinced when I went offline for a moment there. I was like, uh-oh. Tell me boss just chewed right through my my cables. But no. He makes me nervous, dude. He's always chewing wires. All right, let me see where I'm at here. We have Exclusivity saying, "Hey MBG, you've mentioned before that you were blacklisted by Sony, LMAO. Why is this the case?" Well, to be fair, I don't know for sure if I'm blacklisted by Sony. I just assume that I am because, I mean, it could be simply that maybe when I was reaching out for, this was like back, in like 2019, I wanted to, I was saying, I was like really excited for Death Stranding, and I had a lot of viewership on my channel at the time for Death Stranding. I was like, maybe I could try to reach out and get a review code. And I think I got a response. It's so long ago, but I think I got a response saying like your channel's not big enough or something. And I was like, well, okay, I wasn't really expecting anything anyway. But from that point forward, like as my channel got bigger and I noticed like I don't know. I don't know if I'm blacklisted or not. I just assume that I am because I've been very critical towards Sony at times in the past. And I have a certain reputation on the internet. So it's like, I just don't imagine Sony wants to work with me at all. If they ever like approached me or something and they were like, "Hey MBG, like, do you want a review copy of Spider-Man 2? It'd be like, oh my God, how the fuck could I turn that down? You know what I mean? But a part of me would feel like, I don't know. I mean, there's a part of me that feels like, well, yeah, but is that the right thing for my channel? I don't know. But really quick, Shems jumps in. Shems is keeping the membership train going today. We had a major, I'm a former Xbox fan. That's why we had a major membership train going earlier, where this community, you guys got us almost up to 100 members, and Shems comes in. He drops two memberships and brings us up to 89 members. Oops. Ignore that. What the hell is that? Uh-oh. Why is there a dancing dinosaur? What the hell was that? Uh-oh, Shems. I think you broke the system. I think my stream's broken. No, I accidentally hit the subscriber button. I have to see how I can enable that, actually. And I never customized the the emoji, so you just get a dancing dinosaur, bro. There you go. No, but let's see. You bring us up to 89. That's funny. But on top of that, hold on, wait. We got Shems gifted 3 to bring us up to 90, to round us off, I should say. And then Exley comes back in. Exley 3000 drops another 5. Bring us to 95 members, 5 away from hitting 100. You guys are insane, dude. Thank you. Let me give you some sound bites here for that.
Appreciate it.
No matter what, you keep
love to see it, man. Yeah,
something to
W's
fight
in the
for.
chat for Exley and Shems. Dinosaurs are cool. Yeah, dude, my son loves dinosaurs. He's asking to see it again, actually, apparently. That's what my wife's saying. Hellbound, I'll give you a... I like the little sound it makes, too. MBG just became a subscriber with the dancing dinosaur. I'm gonna replace everything with just a dancing dinosaur. That's funny though. That's funny. Yeah, dude, my son is obsessed with dinosaurs right now. I don't even think it's like a phase either. Like he loves dinosaurs. He wants dinosaur everything. He loves them. You know what else he's actually getting into a little bit? Plants vs. Zombies. Plants vs. Zombies. He's getting into it, man. So let's see how far he can go with it. But let me see. I think Hellbound does it, man. Hellbound 1981 Legends just coming in today. He drops 5 more memberships, getting us up to 100 members on the day, guys. Thank you so much. That is huge. That is absolutely huge. I'm actually going to have to update the member goal again. Thank you so much for the continued support. For that, yeah, I'm going to have to give you some more sound bites here. All right, let me update this and we'll keep this conversation going. There we go. Yeah, not to go on for too long, but thank you guys once again for your continued support, man. It really does mean a lot. And I will say, before I continue reading the supers, we have 400 people here watching. Thank you guys, as always, for being here with me. Hit that like button. I think we can do it. I think we could get to 300 likes if everybody comes together and hits that like button. I'd really appreciate that. Really helps with YouTube's algorithm. I really am just going to start experimenting, and I'm just going to start saying smash the like button. Just smash it. Everybody says that. Everybody says smash the like button. Is there something to it? I can't imagine there is, but maybe there is. Smash the like button. What would you put in the same ballpark as GTA 6 or one level down? The Starfield one level down. I'll be honest with you, I don't think Starfield is on the same level or even one level down as GTA 6. It's not, and I don't even think that's not because Starfield's not good. I don't know what game, truthfully. I don't know that Sony has any games. I don't know that Microsoft has any games. I don't know. And I'm not trying to give GTA 6 more credit because it might not be. GTA 6 might not be as great as everybody wants it to be. It might not be. There's always that possibility, but there's just so much expectation behind it, and Rockstar believes they're going to exceed that expectation. Not meet it, exceed it. So I don't know. There's like no game that comes to mind. I mean, maybe a game like Baldur's Gate 3, but it's so different. You know what I mean? Baldur's Gate 3 is such a different game. And for that matter, so is Starfield compared to something like GTA. Have less potatoes. Cyberpunk was probably the last game that got anywhere near it in terms of just sheer hype and expectation. I think Cyberpunk was probably the last game. Yeah, GTA's next, man, on the docket. Mario Kart, you think so? Do you think so? Maybe the Elder Scrolls 6, yeah. The Elder Scrolls 6 could probably be on the same level, or if not, just one level below. Huh. Yeah, I don't know, man. I want to see GTA 6 revealed, I do. Just because I just want to see how the internet's going to react, man. You know the internet's going to get crazy. Metal Gear Solid 6. I mean, that would be one hell of an announcement, but I think it would garner a lot of attention, certainly, but it wouldn't be up there. No. nowhere near. Let's see. We got Pig Roach. Pig Roach with 2 chats back to back. He says, $150. How am I supposed to pay my taxes? Did you see BG3 on PS5 got a 97, but only 2K got it? So I have this article here. Baldur's Gate 3 is now PS5's highest rated game ever. This was posted yesterday. Baldur's Gate 3 is out now for PS5, and after bagging itself a Metacritic rating of 96 on PC, it's currently doing 1 point better on Sony's console. The PS5 version currently stands at a 97 on the website, making it the highest rated game on the system to date. The caveat, of course, is this is only based on 9 reviews. So the top 10 are Baldur's Gate 3, Elden Ring, The Witcher 3, God of War Ragnarok, Hades, Tetris Effect Connected, RE4. Wow, I didn't realize RE4 was that high up. Demon Souls. Ooh, didn't know Demon Souls was that high up too. Street Fighter 6 and Persona 5 Royal. Let me see. BG3. Let's go check the Metacritic really quick. It's got 10 critic reviews. 97. Now, the only thing I don't understand what you're saying here, Pig Roach. You're saying, but only 2K got it. What do you mean by that? I don't know if I'm fully understanding the chat. And I think after that, I'm actually all caught up on supers. Yeah, Pig Roach, I don't know if you're still here, man, but hopefully you can elaborate on that. So we're going to move on to the next topic now, though. Like, I that's the thing, is when I go from one topic to another, you guys know how it goes. Every topic, there's going to be like a litany of side topics accompanying it. He's saying only 2K bought the game. 2K? No way. If I'm not mistaken, right now, Baldur's Gate 3 is the best-selling game on PlayStation, on the PlayStation Store. There's way, way, way more than 2,000 people. They're probably selling, I don't want to say millions, but certainly more than 1 million, I would imagine at the very least. It's selling really, really well. Maybe they'll announce numbers. Where'd you get that number? 2K. All right, so we're going to move on to the next topic here, and this one's going to be a really interesting conversation. I'm looking forward to having this conversation with you guys. We actually mentioned this briefly. I don't know if it was the last stream, but the past couple of streams we did, at one point, we were speculating about the next Nintendo console. You know, I guess we'll just call it the Nintendo Switch 2. We were speculating about it. And one of the things that we were speculating is whether or not Nintendo is planning on actually challenging, so to speak, challenging Sony, specifically Sony, but also Microsoft, with their next console. And we were also trying to figure out how the next Nintendo console could potentially impact game development. Now, check this out. We have an insane Nintendo Switch 2 leak that, yeah, I don't know, man. Oh, my nose is itchy, though. You know, I like this microphone. It serves me very well, but this thing here, this pop filter, it collects, like, hair from my cats and stuff. Sorry if I'm making noise on the mic. And I have to put it really close to my face, and I swear, dude, at certain times I'm just inhaling cat hair, and I'm, like, always itching my nose. Pig Roach, you're saying go to PSN profiles, only 2K own the game. But, okay, but my question with that, Pig Roach, is like, does that... I don't know what to make of that. You know, like, is PSN profiles a good indicator of how a game sells on the PlayStation platform. I'm not saying it isn't. I just don't know. Like, can you give me like a comparison? Is there another game you can use that came out this year recently? Because I would have a hard time believing, man. Truthfully, I would have a very hard time believing that Baldur's Gate 3 is not selling very well on PlayStation 5. Because check this out. We have a Larian developer who put out a post or quote tweeted Larian Studios post saying PlayStation, it's party time. Baldur's Gate 3 is now out on PS5. And this developer from Larian said, looks like there are loads of people lining up to have a party on PS5. We've never had something like this before. So, you know, I don't know if they're going to announce numbers or not, but PSN profiles only tracks registered users. Sure, MBG, cat hair. JK, drugs are bad. Yeah, no, I don't do drugs, man. I'm pretty straight edge. Actually, I am straight edge. I know people don't really use that term anymore, and it's not a term I usually use, but no. I mean, if you count caffeine as a drug, I guess caffeine technically is a drug. I take caffeine in the form of coffee. I snort PlayStation pasta. Technically not a drug. Technically not a drug. Not even alcohol? No, I don't drink alcohol. Just drink coffee. It's all I need, man. It's all I need. Coffee and I'm good. I'm good. Oh, you want to hear something really funny? Before I read this article about the Nintendo Switch, I just want to tell you a little funny story. So for the past couple days, my wife was trying to set up this feature on our living room TV. We just put our TV on the wall, finally. And it's when the TV goes into like sleep mode or whatever. It would normally just have like landscape pictures, but there was a setting where she could like connect her phone or her account or something, and it would put pictures, like her own pictures from her phone on and they would just play on the TV basically. And Fred says he's gained freedom from work. Awesome to see you could make it back, man. And she worked really hard to get this setting like correctly working on the TV. And when she finally did, she called me out. She's like really proud of it. She's like, come check this out. And it was actually really cool just kind of sitting there watching this slideshow, seeing all these pictures from like years ago and newer pictures. And I kid you not, randomly like 5 minutes into it, just this big ass picture of Mark Cerny just pops up on the TV. And she loses it because she was pretty sure that she didn't get any of the pictures that I use for like my thumbnails and stuff involved. And dude, I was cracking up so much. And then he's always watching, dude. And we were pretty sure after that, okay, I think that was the only one. 10 minutes later, this random, it was even more random picture of Shawn Layden that I just recently used in my thumbnail just popped up. And we were losing it, man. Just had to give you that little story because it was even jarring for me. Even I wasn't expecting that. Like everywhere I go, Mark Cerny follows. I just need a picture of Jim Ryan to pop up next. But anyway, let's continue on here. We're talking about this insane Nintendo Switch 2 leak. So this is a big report coming from VGC. Nintendo showed off tech demos of its Nintendo Switch successor behind closed doors at Gamescom, it's understood. That's according to a new report from Eurogamer, which VGC can corroborate via our own sources. According to the publication, Nintendo privately showed invited developers specially prepared tech demos for its next generation games console, which could launch next year. One Switch 2 demo is understood to have been an improved version of the Switch launch title Zelda Breath of the Wild, running at a higher frame rate and resolution than the original game did on hardware targeting the new console's specs, but there was no suggestion the game would actually be re-released. So really quick, right off the bat, What's going on here? Why would Nintendo choose to demo Zelda Breath of the Wild and not Tears of the Kingdom? Does anybody have any idea? What have you missed since lunch? A couple of tangents and stuff. Not too much, but you probably will have to come back and watch after if you want the whole thing, man. Really quick, Shane, you're saying Larian Studio CEO confirmed shortly after the game's release that around 2.5 million digital copies were sold during the early access period, meaning it likely sold over 2.7 million copies. Okay. Showing backwards compatibility. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, that could be a good reason, actually. That would make sense. Okay, yeah, I don't know why I didn't think about that. Yeah, true. I guess that is going to be one of the bigger questions. I guess that's kind of weird, though, because, like, that doesn't... Like, would you guys take that as confirmation of backwards compatibility? It has to be backwards compatible, dude, right? Maybe not. Nintendo probably could get away with it not being backwards compatible, but I think a lot of people would be very upset if it wasn't. I think people are more inclined to believe that Nintendo would re-release. Yeah, there you go. Omen showing their first $70 remaster. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue on here. Because it gets really interesting. Check this out. Another VGC source claimed that Nintendo showcased Epic's impressive The Matrix Awakens Unreal Engine 5 tech demo, originally released to showcase the power of the PS5 and the Xbox Series X in 2021, running on target specs for its next-gen console. The demo is said to have been running using NVIDIA's DLSS upscaling technology with advanced ray tracing enabled and visuals comparable to Sony's and Microsoft's current-gen console. However, it should be noted this does not mean the Switch successor will sport raw power anywhere near the PS5 or Xbox Series X, which aren't portable devices. DLSS is a feature exclusive to NVIDIA graphics cards. On PC, it works by using AI to upscale the resolution of games, effectively allowing developers to achieve higher graphical settings and better frame rates on weaker hardware. According to Digital Foundry's analysis, DLSS of any normal screen distance looks almost as good as the real thing. Notably, Nintendo filed patents for potential AI upscaling technology plans back in March of 2020. The patents, which were made public in 2021, describe a process similar to the Switch's main functionality, where a game can run at one resolution while a device is being powered by the battery, but when plugged into a power socket or connected to a TV, the output can be upscaled to 1080p. Nintendo includes a diagram with the patent, which shows a 540p image being upscaled to a 1080p one. It does, however, mention that other upscaling processes, including upscaling to 4K, would be possible. So, yeah, this is... What do you guys make of this? Fred Vance says, "Viva la Revolution." That's what he's saying about this. This is very, very, very interesting to me because I recently just talked to you guys and I was asking the question, how are developers going to react to the next Nintendo console? Because I think the general assumption is that the Nintendo Switch 2 is going to be basically a generation behind. We're going to see mass amounts of PS4 ports, like PS4 games that are being ported to the Switch 2. But when it comes to more modern games that are targeting the PS5 and the Xbox Series X and S, they're not going to make their way to the Switch 2 because the Switch 2 is going to be underpowered. But now we are hearing a report from VGC that they showed off the Matrix Awakens demo running on this console with ray tracing. Like, to me, that part is so hard to believe. Like, this is supposed to be a handheld console with ray tracing And apparently using DLSS, the visuals were on par with what you would see on a PS5 and Series X. That's wild. That's fucking wild if true. And I'm concerned for Sony and Microsoft right now, man. I am concerned for them because, well, I'm just kidding. I'm not concerned for them, but these leaks, if true, or this leak, I should say, from VGC, if it's true, massive implications going for the next generation and whatnot. Did less power hold the Switch back? It would be fun if Nintendo gets back in the power conversation, though. Well, it's safe to say that the Switch 2, I should say, will not be as powerful as the PS5 and Series X. There's just no possible way that it could be without being very expensive. And even in, it being a handheld, it's just not going to happen. But the fact that they're going to they have seemingly found a way, like if this is true, man, if this is what they showed off, visuals comparable to the PS5 and Series X. This could be a game changer, literally, for Nintendo. Because the biggest reason why Sony and Microsoft, and specifically Sony in this case, hasn't had to worry about Nintendo is because Nintendo just simply didn't get third-party support, man. At least not anywhere near. Nowhere near. Like, people were not buying and still are not buying Switches for third-party games exclusively. You know what I mean? They're buying the Switch for Nintendo games, and any third-party games they get are a little bonus, right? If this next Switch comes out and says, this is a handheld, and it's a home console when it's docked, and you're going to get Nintendo exclusives, and going forward, you're going to get every third-party game. Oh, my Lord. I don't really care about Nintendo, but that is going to be fucking big. Like, that is going to be... I don't know, man. I don't know what Sony does in response. I don't know if Sony can do anything in response to that. Sony better get that fucking Pro out real quick. Real quick. Actually, ironically enough, the PS5 Pro is expected to launch the same year as the Switch. And yeah, that I agree with you, man. Never underestimate Big N, the king of gaming. I mean, it's a big deal, dude. I'm just trying to imagine. See, let me be less hyperbolic here. Really quick, Miguel, you're saying it's not impossible. The next Switch uses NVIDIA hardware, which has superior hardware ray tracing and better upscaling tech. DLSS 3.5 specifically focuses on improved ray tracing. Can full path trace. Wow. Yeah, this could be. Yeah, I'm not trying to jump to conclusions, but I guess the reason why this would be such a big deal is because for the first time since the GameCube, I mean, really think about that. This would be the first time since the GameCube that Nintendo is fully involved in the conversation when it comes to modern game releases. Ray, you're saying, IBG, I told you all this was going to happen. Xbox outed it in the court trial when with future Call of Duty titles. Yeah. That is a good call. That's a good point, man. Good call out. Sony hasn't. Sony and Microsoft have had the luxury, and it is a luxury. Make no mistake, because I'll tell you, even as somebody, I'm not a Nintendo fanboy. I'm not even close. I'm not even really. I don't want to say I'm not a Nintendo fan because that implies that like I don't like Nintendo. I'm just completely indifferent to Nintendo. But I know like they are like the most powerful gaming company, man, in terms of just don't you guys want a realistic Mario? Yeah, that's why they're going all in with the power factor this time, man. You could see it rivaling the Series S. Yeah, that would be What happens then, dude? I don't know. The level of implication here is colossal. So fascinating. Microsoft and Sony have had the luxury of not having to worry about Nintendo for pretty much 2 generations because Nintendo has struggled to... They've been a generation behind, frankly. You know, with the Wii got third-party games, but the Wii was not necessarily competing with the PS3. It was, but it was kind of like Nintendo won because everybody was willing to just make a game for Nintendo, but everybody still made games for PlayStation 3. I don't know. Maybe that's what we could see here. I said Sony and Microsoft haven't had to worry about this since the Wii or since the GameCube, but maybe I'm wrong about that. Because I forgot just how much third-party support the Wii got. Maybe this is... But the Wii was such a different console, you know? Everything had to be kind of like bespoke, custom developed. And I feel like with the Switch, the idea is that's not the case anymore. I've always made this argument, guys, where if you're Nintendo and you put out a new Switch... and you can tell people, you'll get all the Nintendo exclusives you already come to us for. But this time around, you get your Call of Duties. You get your Maddens, your FIFAs. You know, you get the big AAA releases. You get your Resident Evils. You get your Hogwarts Legacies. Well, technically, they already did get Hogwarts Legacy. But, just think of all the big third-party games that are coming out in the next 12 to 16 months. And imagine if they were all also coming natively, day and date, to the Nintendo Switch 2. I mean, that's going to impact people a lot. And the craziest part about this, I'm telling you, this is the craziest part. Everybody's like, what's going on with this PlayStation Portal nonsense? Dude, I think Sony knows exactly what Nintendo's about to do. And they're like, we got to start getting people familiar again with PlayStation. Like, get them thinking again about PlayStation handheld. Now, granted, the Portal is not at all a competitor to something like the Switch or the Switch 2. Not even close. But it could be the start of something. Because I want you to think about this for a moment. And to me, this could be... I mean, it's still early. It's hard to say. We still know so little. But this could be Nintendo's ace in the hole against Sony and Microsoft, but specifically Sony here, because let's not forget that Microsoft is less involved in this conversation because Microsoft doesn't care about console sales. Sony absolutely cares about console sales, just like Nintendo does. So in this case, we could see a shift where Sony's main competitor is no longer Microsoft. It's actually Nintendo again. And the reason for this is because think about this. I'm sorry, I keep beating around the bush here. Nintendo Switch 2 comes out. They tell you, hey, you're going to get all third-party games now, day and date. Like, we're talking to all major publishers. We're giving them dev kits. And I guess the only real question is how much optimization would be needed. And that could be a difference maker. You know, I don't know how difficult it would be for, like, let's say right now, let's say there's a game that's targeting a holiday 2024 release. It's being developed for PS5, Xbox Series X, and Xbox Series S. The big question right now is how difficult would it be for that studio to port their game and get it running well on the Nintendo Switch 2? Because if the answer to that question is not hard at all, it's actually really easy, Sony's going to have I don't want to say they're gonna have a problem, but they're gonna have to do something in the handheld space. They will be forced, because if we see a scenario where suddenly people are like, yo, what do I need a PS5 for other than for the exclusives? I got my Nintendo Switch, right? 2. I can play all my third-party games, and I get Nintendo's exclusives, and I can take it on the go. Sony. Dude, I'm telling you, Nintendo is about to, if this is true, Nintendo is going to force Sony's hand back into the handheld space. And I'm not saying the PlayStation 6 is going to be a hybrid portable console, but I think I'm saying it could be, dude. It fucking could be, because that is going to, Sony's going to have to deal with that. Think about it. Imagine I want you to picture right now. Picture right now, at this time when Spider-Man 2 is getting ready to come out, all these third-party games. Nintendo released Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, and we saw how well that sold, and it sold Switches. That game alone sold a ton of Switches. Now, imagine if when people bought their Switches all throughout this generation, just imagine that every third-party game that's coming out this year, Modern Warfare 3, Alan Wake 2, Lies of P, Mortal Kombat, imagine you can play all those games on your Switch 2 at home, docked like a home console, or on the go. With a PS5, yeah, you get better graphics, maybe higher frame rates, 60 FPS, right? I mean, of course, the PS5 games are going to look and run better. It would be insane if they didn't. But the question is going to be how much, what's more important to people? That portable form factor that you can take it on the go wherever you want, or having, the better graphical fidelity. And if the Switch 2 starts dominating, if the Switch 2 starts cutting into Sony's market share of the console right now, even more so, Sony's going to basically, don't be shocked if the PlayStation 6 ends up being like a fucking hybrid console, dude. I know that sounds insane to people, but it shouldn't, because think about how much people love the portability of the Switch. That's what people love. That's like the biggest selling point of it for a lot of people, other than, obviously exclusives, but it's the fact that it's 2-in-1, dude. I don't know. It's crazy to think, man. It is. I'm surprised by this, I gotta say. Rashdam, thank you for the chat, man. You're saying probably not true, but Nintendo took all the shit talking Sony did to them in the trial behind closed doors seriously, to the point where they want to crush PlayStation. That's the thing, is I don't know that I've ever viewed Nintendo, at least for, once I really started paying close attention to gaming, I've never really viewed Nintendo as like a gaming company that Sony would had to take seriously, as we don't have we have to worry about them. And that's because Nintendo never gave me the impression that they're actually going to go after Sony in any sense. But I don't know, man. I don't know if this really is how capable the Switch 2 is. Yeah, this is gonna be fascinating to watch, dude, because one of two things is gonna happen. Number one, these behind closed doors demos are super ultra custom, how's it going to translate to developers in reality? Is it going to be easy for current gen games like Alan Wake 2 to run on a Switch 2, or is it going to require a shit ton of optimization and extra work? Because if the answer to that is it's going to require a lot, it won't be picked up by developers as quickly And because of that, Sony might not have to worry, or Microsoft for that matter. The Switch 2 could still be very much just like the current Switch is, where it'll have a healthy amount of third-party games, but it's still going to miss out on a lot because developers are, they're not willing to. It's just too much of an ask for them to go, to scale their game down that much or to put all that extra work into it. Or at the very least, certain games are eventually going to come to Switch, but much, much later. To me, that's just the real question. The series consoles, the PS5, the development environment of these consoles is extremely similar. They are different. And, the PS5 is a custom console. They are different, but they're very similar. They're similar enough to where, it's not that difficult, seemingly, for them to port these games from, one to the other. If the Switch 2 enters that conversation or enters that chat and then says, and it's also just as easy for you to port your games to this console too, yeah, that's going to be a huge game changer. Yeah, that's another great point. They'll put in the extra work if it's capable because of a potentially large install base. Yeah, there's that factor as well. I will say, man, the biggest giveaway to me is, I agree with what Ray said earlier. The biggest giveaway is Call of Duty going to Nintendo. Because Call of Duty is as AAA as it gets these days in terms of it always has that graphical presentation. It always looks good. So if there's, and it hasn't been on the Switch because I'm assuming because they just can't get it running properly. If they come out and they say we can definitely get Call of Duty on the Switch now and it's going to release every year on the Switch, that's huge, man. That is huge. Pig Roach says Nintendo has a score to settle with Sony. Yeah, maybe this is the new era of competition, man. I have said that I don't know that Microsoft is trying to compete with Sony anymore because Microsoft basically said we're going to do our own. What's actually, now that I'm thinking about it, we could see a complete switcheroo here, man, where Microsoft bows out, basically. And when I say bows out, I mean, it's we're not trying to out-console Sony anymore. We're just focused on Game Pass. And that's it. That's it, And we have our publishers now. Most of Activision will stay multi-plat, but we'll have our exclusives. In that sense, they are going to continue to compete with Sony, but they're Sony's not worried, and Microsoft's we're going to the beat of our own drum over here this time. While that happens, Nintendo comes back and is okay, well, we were doing that for a while. We were marching to the beat of our own drum. Now we're coming back to challenge Sony. That would be, that could be how this plays out, man. And that would be, switcheroo. Oh, man. I didn't even see what I did there when I said switcheroo. Omen, you're saying Sony has a score to settle with Nintendo. Yeah, there is. It's funny to think that there's actually bad blood there, man. I don't know if it's still there, but there was. There was. Not a lot of people know that there was originally supposed to be a Nintendo PlayStation console. There's a prototype out there somewhere. Isn't that crazy? We were so close to that utopia, man. We were so close. But when there's hardware to sell, and hundreds of millions of units to be sold, we'll see, man. This is all very interesting to me. I want to also read this to you. We have more information on the Switch too. Wait, actually, hold on. Never mind. It's the same information. Yeah, what do you guys think, man? What do you think? What the hell? Saying the prototype is on your desk. Is on a desk. Sony's dumb for quitting the handheld market. I will say it could bite them in the ass, dude. It could, because you do have to wonder why Sony decided to just let Nintendo have it entirely. You do have to wonder why Sony decided that when they did really well with the PlayStation Portable. Granted, they didn't do as well with the Vita, but there still is so much love for the Vita. You do have. It's interesting because I feel like, you know what I think happened, dude? I'm telling you, looking back, I think this is exactly what happened. I think Sony saw that the Vita didn't do that well, and they read that as, okay, the handheld market is basically dwindling. And instead, they decided to pivot and say, you know what? There's this new market that's emerging called virtual reality. And it seems like this might be the real deal. Let's get in on the ground floor. And I think Sony was convinced, and many other companies were too at the time, that, yeah, VR is the future. So they committed to VR in the same way that they would commit to a dedicated handheld, but instead of a handheld, it was VR. And now you're saying that was a mistake. It may have been a mistake, dude. It may have been a mistake, and it's like, it would suck because PSVR 2 is actually pretty sick, right? It's awesome, but there's no denying that the VR market is not. I think the Switch, as well as other handhelds that are coming out now, have proven that there still is definitely a market for a handheld, man. And we have Corey, the legend Landiga, coming in. Another legend awakens during the stream, and he drops 10 more memberships on us. He drops a 10 bomb out of nowhere. Corey, thank you, man. You guys just keep this thing going.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Just keep it going, man. Corey brings us up to 110 members on the day. Guys, I want to remind everybody, click Corey Landiga's icon up top. Click his gift icon up top and opt in to receive a membership gift, okay? I'm not sure how many people here are new, but just in case you are, make sure you opt in. Make sure you opt in. So, Corey, dude, thank you so much for keeping the membership train going. And we have No Face Lord actually deciding he wants to become a member today. He wants to join us. Thank you, man. Welcome to Greatness Awaits. Look forward to your exclusive perks, man. And it's a good opportunity for me to remind everybody, if you are a member, whether you choose to become one or even if you're gifted one, you do have the ability to gift memberships yourself now. And Fred Vance follows up Corey with another 5. Fred's not done with the ADHD today. For me, anyway. He drops another 5. Thank you, guys. That's 116. That's insane, dude. That's insane. You guys keep crushing the goals, man. 116. Let me, I gotta give you another one of these for that. Because that's, I have to update this now. I know Omen is greatly disturbed right now, though. Can you feel it? I can feel it. Omen is disturbed that we're at 116. He's like, why is that not rounded? I'm sorry. I'm laughing at myself now. I don't know why. I'm starting to lose it, guys. I'm losing my grip over here. You're saying you opted in yesterday, and here I go with a gift. Thanks again, guys. See, yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. I always got to remind people, opt in to receive the memberships because we have so many very generous community members here. And it's worth noting, anytime you're gifted a membership, if it's your first time getting gifted a membership, you have access to all my members-only content. You have access to all of the emojis, the custom emojis that you can use in the chat and the comment section. By the way, guys, hit that like button for me. We're just about to cross 300 likes. Come on, I know we can do it. I know we can do it. We can get to 325. We could do it. And Corey comes in. He can't stop himself, man. He's keeping it going. He's going to keep doing some heavy lifting here. Corey drops another 5 memberships on us. Look at that. Look at that. So close to hitting another goal today. Corey, dude, thank you so much for the continued support. Fred, all of you guys. Omen, Hellbound. Really appreciate it. So let me add that. We are at 121 now. And as I come back here, Fred drops 5 more, and then Corey drops 1. Still not at a round number yet. Omen's going ballistic somewhere. That's 127. You guys killing it. Killing it today, man. I have to update the member goal again. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Let's update this. Let's show everybody. What did I say? We're at 127. Crazy numbers you guys are putting up. Love to see it, man. Yeah, I apologize once again if I'm going on too long, but thank you for the continued support, guys. Really means everything. I love doing these streams. I love creating content. I love being able to hang out here multiple times a week with you guys. It's fantastic, and it really does never cease to amaze me just how supportive you guys. I don't want to even say are, because you are supportive, but you remain supportive too, and that means a lot, man. So thank you for that. And Omen drops another membership. See, if I know Omen, he likes to drop a couple memberships at a time to round it off. We'll see if that's what he's doing. Corey, you're saying you're late. What did you miss? Unfortunately, you're coming in kind of at the tail end of the main topics that we had to discuss. Right now, we were discussing the Nintendo Switch 2 leak and the implications it could have. So, Tim, you're saying you got to run. Hope you hit your member goal for the day. Oh, we definitely hit the member goal. The member goal was originally 50, so it's been crushed, man. Now these guys are just taking it as far as they want to take it. So I appreciate you hanging out, dude. You know, a question I have really quick. If everything we've just talked about with the Nintendo Switch 2 is real, right? If it's real, then how much is it going to be? Because I have a hard time believing that Nintendo could sell this hybrid console for like $300. Fred, you're saying how far is too far? That's up to you guys, man. You know, I always just try to update the goal and keep it there. But it's not, you know, I'm never going to say like, oh yeah, we got to hit 150 or something like that. No. It's like, I already think that me going into my streams with the goal of 50 is too high, but I do it because you guys just show that level of support so consistently. MBG, what do we have for the fitness segment today? Not much. I've been trying to up my protein intake. There's that. And Omen comes in with a poop emoji. A poop emoji. I wonder what that's in reference to. He's keeping us guessing. But we have Disco Cobra 2013, man. Thank you for the $20 super chat, bud. Very kind of you. You're saying... Actually, hold on really quick, Disco Cobra. I got to make sure I read this super chat I missed from Omen. He says, fun fact, the Dreamcast controller solved the stick drift problem years ago, yet we're all using inferior sticks at this point in time. Sega equals S tier. Yes. If that's true, that's actually really interesting, and I never knew that. You're telling me the Dreamcast controller never had any stick drift? That's actually really, that makes me pretty sad if that's true. Sad because what you're saying is our sad reality that these companies are willingly choosing to use inferior sticks. I don't know if that's true or not. You're saying I don't think that sounds hard to believe, because I would be thinking why wouldn't that be the standard? You're saying it is true, different type of sticks. Sega solved it. I've had slight stick drift on I think one of my DualSenses. Nothing major, but my friend, he actually had it so bad he needed a new controller, which sucks. Stick drift is definitely solvable. Yeah, I don't know why they don't just do that. I mean, I guess we know why, but it sucks. They used magnetic sticks. Too expensive. Yeah, I guess that would be why they wouldn't. Dreamcast had a magnetic axis, no drift. That's really interesting. Actually, they already solved it during the Saturn era. Damn. This is just getting depressing now. This is just getting depressing. How is stick drift still a problem today, man? How? We're just going to move on. Omen bringing everybody down. No, I'm just kidding, man. No, Omen just expressing his unending love for the Dreamcast. See, no one could call you a PlayStation fanboy, Omen, because clearly your love for the Sega Dreamcast outweighs your love for the PlayStation. Or is at least equal. Disco Cobra, man, thank you for the $20 super chat. You're saying, it sucks Sony gave up on handheld systems, but the void is being filled with the Steam Deck and Switch. I'm sure new versions of both of those will come out at some point, not to mention all the other portable PCs on the market. Yeah, this is why I think Sony is kind of strange, because you're 100% right, Disco Cobra, in that the void is being filled by other companies with other devices that are not PlayStation or PlayStation handheld. And yet we see Sony putting their games on PC, and I don't think there's a problem with that. But what's just so difficult for me to wrap my head around is that Sony is a company that has successfully put out multiple, in some cases, I mean, like with the Vita, like cutting edge handhelds, man. People even tell me today that the Vita is still like the best handheld. Like it still holds up today. And they still use it. People still use their Vita. It's crazy to me that Sony did this, not once, but twice. And yet you can now play what are PlayStation exclusive or PlayStation first party titles on something like the Steam Deck, but there's no PlayStation handheld to play them on. That is crazy to me. And I get it. I get that like Sony, by not doing a dedicated handheld and just allowing it to go on to things like the Steam Deck and whatnot, it means they don't have to worry about supporting a handheld natively with their own exclusives. But I don't know, man. This is where you think like maybe Sony is going to regret investing in PSVR 2, and maybe they're going to realize or think to themselves like maybe instead of investing in PSVR 2, especially now because apparently the Switch 2 is going to be powerful enough to run modern games in portable mode, maybe they're going to be sitting back thinking to themselves like, shit, we should have invested that in. And they still could. They still could, man. They still could. Like I'm telling you, I could see this happening very rapidly. And unfortunately, I know this paints doom and gloom for PSVR 2, and I'm not trying to do that, but Sony, they do want to make sure they're reacting to the market properly. If the Nintendo Switch comes out next year and it's like obvious that this thing is getting like all the third-party support, every game that comes to PS5 is also going to the Switch, except the exclusives, I'm telling you, Sony's going to abandon PSVR 2. Sorry if that sounds depressing. I'm not saying they're going to, but it almost in a necessary way where they're like, we can't spread ourselves this thing. We got to shut down Like basically abandon PSVR 2 and we now have to reinvest in the handheld market to compete against with the Switch or compete against the Switch. Or maybe they won't abandon PSVR 2 yet, but it'll kind of like live this generation. And like I said, what do you guys think the chances of that is? In all seriousness, do you think there's a chance that Sony could do a hybrid PlayStation 6 where the PlayStation 6 is essentially a slightly better PS5 Pro? Is that even that's not possible, is it? I don't think what I'm saying is possible. Because the only way they could do that is they would have to take a step back. Like, that would mean the PlayStation 6 would technically be less powerful than the PS5 Pro. Yeah, that's not gonna. I don't know. Dude, I don't know what the solution is. I don't know. Maybe it's cloud gaming. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. Maybe the solution for Sony is with the PlayStation 6, knowing that, by this point, the Nintendo Switch 2 would be a resounding success. Maybe the solution for the PlayStation 6 is here's a PlayStation 6, cutting edge, super powerful. I mean, like ultra powerful, Mark Cerny, genius, whatever, that we already know that's going to I don't mean to say like whatever, but I mean, it's like we know that's going to happen. And then here's a new dedicated PlayStation handheld that's powered by the cloud. Now, I know, cloud, but I'm sitting here and I'm thinking to myself, can Sony do an actual dedicated handheld again? And I don't think they can, dude. How could they? Could they? I don't know. I'm getting overwhelmed just thinking about it. Is it a possibility? How easy? On a scale from 1 to 10, 1 being way too difficult, never going to happen, 10 being absolutely, it shouldn't be a problem. Give me a rating from 1 to 10, like how easy it would be for Sony to create a new dedicated handheld and actually get good support for it. I'm saying a 3, a 7. See, that's interesting. A 7. A 7 implies that an 8. An 8 implies that they definitely could do it, like without much issue. A 10, a 6. Okay, 10 all day. I mean, that's what's weird to me is it's like if you could pull it off with a PSP in 2005, you could definitely pull it off now, right? I'm not saying the likelihood that they would or wouldn't. Why would we need a portable? I think, honestly, it would be for Sony to compete, man, with Nintendo. That's what I'm thinking. Times have changed. Yeah. Disco Cobra, you got another $20 super chat here, dude. Thank you for that, man. Basically, you just super chatted $50, which is incredibly generous of you. Thank you for that, dude. You're saying, actually, I don't remember which third-party controller is doing it, but before the whole Linus debacle, he had a controller which was an Xbox lookalike, which had magnetic sticks. I think it works on PC, Xbox, Switch. Not sure about PS5. Yeah, dude, this is, I feel like a long time ago I heard about this, like these magnetic sticks and how they prevent stick drift, but they are like more expensive. I wonder if there are actually third-party PS5 controllers that would offer this. You're saying you're not sure it works on the PS5. I would imagine that, I don't know, maybe Sony wouldn't actually give them a license to put the PlayStation logo on it, because I don't know, dude. Sony's out here selling replacement sticks for the DualSense Edge in case they get stick drift, which is crazy. I mean, you would think if any controller would have those magnetic sticks, it would be something like that, like a premium version of the controller, but I don't know. I don't know. I do wonder what this controller... The question I have with a controller like that is how much is it? How much is it? Like, how much are you really paying for those sticks? Because if it's true that they never get stick drift, you could conceivably use that controller for like years and years and years if you take care of it. MBG, why does Sony need to compete against Nintendo now? I don't get it. I'm not saying now. I just mean like, I just think that there's something big on the horizon with Nintendo and the next Switch. Like really big. I mean big that like it's going to impact Sony. I do think so. It is as simple as if the next Nintendo Switch gets extremely strong third-party support, Sony is going to have to think about what they want to do in the handheld space. Because I firmly believe the option of doing nothing is an option, but it's the worst option that they could take. And I do think the PlayStation Portal, I think it's some people were saying it's kind of a test bed, and I don't know that I view it as necessarily a test bed, but I think it's just a clear sign that they are messing around a little bit with some stuff. Like they're just kind of dipping their toe in the water a little bit. Saying you have a feeling Sony will have a trick up their sleeve with the Portal. It's a Trojan horse. You want to? I mean, Omen, you want to elaborate on that a little bit? Because it could be. And Disco Cobra 2013 with another 10 here. He says, I'm not even that into VR. I played around with it and have an Oculus Quest 2, but I don't plan on investing that much time/money in that. Much rather have a dedicated PlayStation Portable. That's a really interesting question that I want to pose, because you're making me think of a question. I know I have people here that really, really like PlayStation VR 2. Now, I have a question for you. Would you prefer, if you had to choose, PlayStation VR 2 and that continuing to get support and Sony continuing to invest in it over time, or Sony, basically PSVR 2 goes away and is nixed, and instead you get a new dedicated PlayStation handheld? Which would you choose? Which would you choose? This is specifically for people who have VR, because I feel like a lot of people who don't have VR would automatically say, yeah, I'd prefer a portable, and I get that. But that's why I find it, what Disco Cobra, what you're saying here, interesting, because you do have VR, and you're just saying you don't plan on spending that much time or money on it. Handheld 100%, portable, both. Both would be ideal, but I just don't know that Sony's able to do that. I see a lot of people saying a portable. That's really interesting to me. Andrew, you're saying you prefer VR? Saying the people saying handheld don't use VR? I mean, maybe some of them aren't. It's a tough one, man. It is a tough one, because as somebody, like, I've used VR now, and I mean, there is, like, the potential for VR is unbelievable. But there is a part of me that also does kind of feel like, I don't know, man, it would be, like, you have to admit, and I think everybody could admit this, if Sony, like, at their next showcase, like, if they did another showcase next year, they're like, introducing the PlayStation Portable 2, and it's just a native, dedicated PlayStation handheld, where they're like, we're going to have some exclusive games for it and some third-party games. Like, not even just some third-party games, but like a lot of third-party games potentially. I think people go fucking nuts, dude. I think people would hit the fucking roof if they did something like that. Unlikely, yeah, more than unlikely. They're not gonna. I don't think they're gonna do that. Not anytime soon. But I think people will go nuts. But that's the question, isn't it? How much would it cost? How many people are really gonna buy it? Well, I'll tell you right now. The PlayStation Portal, you could argue, is significantly less appealing than a dedicated handheld. Right? I'm seeing a lot of people saying they're buying that. So I'm just thinking, like, if Sony made a more premium handheld, like, let's just say it's in the vein, think about this, it's in the vein of a Steam Deck. More expensive, much more capable. Before you know it, you could buy a PlayStation handheld, get access to a ton of PS4 games, and maybe even some PS5 games. I want to remind people, Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart runs on a Steam Deck. Sony could do it. They could absolutely do it. I know a lot of people are like, a portable PS5 isn't possible. Is it? Not, yeah, that's true. It doesn't run well, but do you think people would be okay with that? I think people would be okay. I think people, if Sony could make a dedicated handheld that were like, this is a PS5 portable, it's no different than the Switch. Like, if you play these games, you log into the PlayStation Store, and if you download God of War 2018, I mean, what's the battery life on the Steam Deck? Four hours or something? 3 hours? Two hours? Oh, shit. That's really bad, actually. Fuck. If it's 2 hours, that's really bad. You know what? On second thought, maybe we wait it out, Sony. Maybe we wait for the technology to get a little bit better and battery life to improve, because, oh my God, that's bad. Really? Hold on, I got to look this up to make sure. Two to 8 hours, depending on usage intensity and settings. However, that time can be less when playing graphic intense AAA games. Okay. So okay. So I think we could agree, considering Sony has some of the more graphical intense games. Okay. All right. Maybe you can begin to understand why. I didn't know that. I didn't know it could be that low. 2 hours. If you play Spider-Man, you only get an hour and 40 minutes. What the hell? Yeah, that's a tough one, dude. What about portable VR? Yeah, I could see that going really, but people will be getting hit by cars and dying. So, or like walking off bridges accidentally. So I don't know about that one. Damn, dude. Yeah, well, I don't know. At what point do you just say you got to go with cloud gaming? At what point is it the most logical, practical, convenient option for everyone? Is a dedicated handheld that connects to Sony servers and you can access. It's not remote play. It's like, you can just, yeah, latency, true, but I don't know, man. I feel like there has to be some kind of compromise. I don't know. These are problems beyond. I don't work for Sony. All right, they got to think of this shit. Maybe Sony doesn't care. I just want to say that. I just want to add this before I read Omen's super chat here. Maybe Sony simply just doesn't care if Nintendo has the advantage of, hey, we're portable, we're less powerful, but we're portable, and now we have third-party support. Maybe Sony just doesn't care. Maybe Sony's like, yeah, we're not worried. We still think the PS5 is going to sell just fine. I mean, the Switch. I think here's the only concern. I failed to acknowledge this aspect of the conversation. I don't know how I failed to acknowledge it up until this point, but if we think about the Switch and the PS5 is clearly going to go on to sell 100 million units. I think that's obvious. The momentum is there. It's going to happen. The Switch, what is that, at 120 million units sold or something like that? But it's high up there. It's really, and both of these consoles, in some sense, have been competing where they're both kind of selling really, really well. But the thing is, a lot of people have always talked about the Switch as a complementary console, right? The Switch is at 130 now. Damn. So the Switch is not a main console for most people. Most people are buying it as a complementary console to go with their PC or with their PS5 or with their Xbox, right? That's apparently what they're doing, supposedly. And I feel like when you look at the fact that the PS5 is still selling tremendously well and it's doing even better, the sales are increasing, and the Switch is still doing well, it seems like that's true. So the question then becomes, if you get a more capable Switch, one that has intense third-party support, does that deter people from viewing the Switch 2 as a complementary console? Does that suddenly flip a switch where suddenly people are now viewing the Switch 2 as this is no longer a complementary console? This is a full-blown main console. I don't need to buy a PS5 if I'm not interested in the exclusives. Definitely don't need to buy an Xbox. Maybe I don't even need to really game on PC that much anymore. Now the Nintendo Switch 2 is my main go-to console. That's the question, because if the answer to that is yes, it does completely change the perception, and it changes how people view the Switch, where it's no longer a complementary console, but a main console. That's where I think Sony might have to worry a little bit, because I think Sony has kind of been, if you think about it, that's why Sony hasn't been worried about Nintendo. Rightly so. Like, why would we worry about a company whose console is not one that's, when people walk into the store, do I choose the Switch or the PS5? It doesn't matter, because if they choose a PS5, eventually they'll still get a Switch for the Nintendo exclusives. If they choose the Switch first, still doesn't matter, because they're going to want to play third-party games, so they're likely to end up buying a PS5 anyway. If that variable is removed from the equation, then I guess I really wonder what the outcome looks like in that instance. But Omen, you got 2 super chats here. You're saying, PlayStation is my wife, Sega is my ex. Could still be a mistress on the side, though. Sega just needs to say the word and make a move. Damn, make a move. It's funny, because even though maybe it's a little bit distasteful, Omen, it's actually a pretty good analogy, and a great way, I think, to describe your relationship with Sega as well as Sony. So there you go. For anybody who was wondering, this is exactly how Omen views PlayStation and Sega. PlayStation's his wife, Sega is his ex, and they just got to say the word. That's funny, man. And you're saying here, Jim Ryan comes, updates us in the state of play. From now on, we've unlocked full compatible cloud streaming of the entire PlayStation library on the portal. Have fun. Yeah, that's weird. Like, I think you're on to something there, Omen, because people have question marks. I have question marks surrounding, Sony comes out and they officially announce we have new servers for PS5 games and our cloud streaming. And it's going to be like cutting edge now. You can play PS5 games with PlayStation Plus Premium. Oh, by the way, here's a portable device called the PlayStation Portal, a handheld device. You can't use that. You can't use their new cloud gaming with it. You have to be connected to your PS5. Even if you're across the world, you have to connect to your PS5. You are using your PS5 and the internet connection that your PS5 has as the conduit, right? As the server. So it's just strange to me that if you buy this device, you can't use, like, if you're subscribed to PlayStation Plus Premium, you can't use the cloud. It's very confusing, but you're right. They could do something like that. The only thing that makes that kind of messy, in my opinion, is like, it's not even that messy, but I could see how it could lead to some confusion, is if Sony were to say, like, hey, the PlayStation Portal can connect to our servers and you can stream PS5 games through the cloud, but the caveat is you need to be subscribed to PlayStation Plus Premium. So that might, and what makes it even weirder is Sony could get more people to subscribe to PlayStation Plus Premium, even though it's very expensive now at $160 a year. And they're like choosing not to, because I assure you, there are people, I don't know that it's a lot of people, but they are out there where they would buy the PlayStation Portal and go out of their way to subscribe to PlayStation Plus Premium, knowing they can use that cloud service anywhere in the world, right? Or presumably anywhere in the world, anytime they take the Portal with them. They would do that. So I'm not like there has to be a reason, is what I'm trying to say. You're saying servers would probably overload. I don't see how that could happen though. Truthfully, I don't see how that could happen because it's like, well, I mean, that would, at that point, you would be basically saying that more PlayStation portable devices would be sold or the same amount as people that are subscribed to PlayStation Plus Premium. Yeah, I don't think so, man. I don't agree with that. I don't think the servers would overload. I have no idea. The only thing I can think. Nope, there's nothing I can think. I have no idea why the portal can't connect to their cloud servers. Because I was going to say like, oh, maybe there's something they have to add hardware-wise, but no, there isn't. It's already there. It can connect to the internet. That's all that's needed. So, saying it would happen because you're not streaming movies, you're rendering a full game and streaming them to millions of people. Well, I will say, going back to Omen's Super Chat, something that is clear. You know what? You know what, actually? I just thought of this. Omen, you might be right, because think about, not to bring it up, but it is relevant to what we're saying. The ABK deal isn't done. The CMA still has the ability to shut this shit down. And the deadline is like October 21st or something like that. What is the CMA's reasoning for shutting down, like getting in the way of, Microsoft cloud gaming? We know Sony's doing more in cloud gaming, obviously. Maybe Sony just thinks, maybe we shouldn't announce that this thing is cloud capable. Maybe we should just avoid that. Because if you think about it, like, Sony would be coming out basically saying, like, this is us getting more involved with cloud gaming. And Microsoft could just very easily turn to the CMA and be like, see? It's not just us. Look at Sony. I don't know. But then again, with that same logic in mind, it is worth noting that Sony did announce their new PS5 cloud servers in that same time period. So, I don't know. I'm just trying to look at all angles here. That's all. Just trying to consider everything. Omen, you're saying perhaps it's a flick of a switch on Sony's part. I imagine it must be. It has to be. I just don't see any other way. Unless my understanding of cloud gaming is just totally wrong from top to bottom. I don't see how it could be any different than just flipping a switch in this case. Sorry, guys. Got to make sure I hydrate. Now, after I'm done hydrating with my water, I got to finish off the coffee here. Okay. Refreshing. Pig Roach, you're saying Microsoft has a clause to close over CMA. Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, I think the ABK deal is closing no matter what. I assume, like, right now I'm 100% assuming like this thing is done. But I don't know, man. I'm trying to understand Sony. That's all. The only reason I even bring up ABK at all is because I'm still trying to understand. Like, I need to know, like, why is Sony? It's Jover. Yeah. Why, that's funny. Why is Sony behaving the way they are? I just want answers. That's all. Like, I just want to know. Is it because they don't have anything to say right now? Yeah, it could be that. I wish they could just say that. hey guys, we're not ready to talk. Hang tight. We'll get to you. It's hard, man. That's all. That's all. To understand Sony, you must travel to the astral realm. I got to get my ass back there. End up seeing an astral version of Jim Ryan. I'm going to communicate with Jim Ryan on the astral plane. Like, Mr. Ryan, I've traveled a great distance to meet you here. I have some very important questions I must ask you. Like, okay, ask away. I'll say, how come you guys aren't communicating enough with the fans? And then he'll slowly just dissipate. And then what will take his place is it's sort of like you're wearing VR, like a floating blog post written by Jim Ryan. And I won't be able to read what it says. And then I'll wake up. Anyway. Yeah, shit's starting to go off the rails now. In case you can't tell. Yeah, I meet Jim Ryan in the astral plane. I ask him a question, and suddenly, yet there's another blog post. Things get real dark real quick. Figuratively literal, thank you, man. You're saying, I think they're worried people would use the portal to bypass the PS5. PS Baldur's Gate 3 is only behind NBA 2K on the PlayStation Store charts at the moment. Yeah, dude. Yeah. That's See, that's what I'm saying. Like, if it's number 2 on the charts, it has to be selling really well. It has to. But you know what? What you just said there, that could be. You're right. I didn't think about. That's actually the most logical answer. Is they don't want to give anybody any reason to buy this device in order to avoid buying a PS5. You're actually, that's it. I don't know why I didn't think of that. That's so obvious. I'm sitting here being like, there's no reason at all. It's like, actually, no, there's one very obvious reason. So appreciate you figuratively literal calling that out. I don't know why I didn't think of that. I guess the reason why my mind didn't go to that is because I immediately would think to myself, like, why would anybody buy that to play PS5 games? But then I realized, well, it's $200. A lot of people would. Well, because technically, think about it. You would be paying $200 for the device, and then $160 for PlayStation Plus Premium for a year. So even then, it's still cheaper than a PS5. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that adds up, dude. That absolutely adds up. And Omen, he drops another membership gift. So for some reason, it says, okay, yeah, we're at 129 now. I must have missed one earlier, but we're at 129 members on the day. Absolutely huge, man. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. We have Omen again with another super chat, and he says, PlayStation says it will soon reveal aggressive plans for cloud gaming. Jim, we observe mobility and gaming habits to be an increasingly important trend. So you're saying this in quotes. Yeah, dude. I remember there was a rumor, I think it was earlier this year. I completely forget where it came from, and there's a chance it could just be nonsense. But I remember there was some kind of rumor that was floating around that apparently Sony was in like the very early testing phase, not for the PlayStation Portal, but like for an actual, like some kind of like handheld, like an actual handheld. But it was like so early that it was like just conceptual R&D. They're not like, they have no idea if they're actually going to pursue it or not. And that's interesting to me because I would like to get a follow-up on that. Maybe that did turn into the PlayStation Portal. Maybe the PlayStation Portal started as something much more than it is, potentially, and they decided, you know what, let's scale it down. It could be. You never know with this type of stuff. I will tell you this, though. If Sony ever does do another dedicated handheld, if they ever do a dedicated handheld, Mark Cerny is going to be at the helm, I would assume. I would have to assume he's going to be the one that's like, yeah, we're going to do it. So check this out. This isn't actually a full-blown topic that I plan to discuss, but I just came across this article. It's just crazy to me. Check this out. It's being reported by PC Gamer. Japanese court throws the book at YouTuber who uploaded copyrighted game clips and spoilers. 2 years in the slammer and a 1 million yen fine. Dude, this man is going to jail because he uploaded copyrighted material onto YouTube. So it says here, in May this year, we reported on a case of 52-year-old Shinobu Yoshida from Nagoya, Japan, who in what may be a world first was arrested and charged for violating copyright laws. After uploading gameplay clips and other content, the prosecution was led by the Consent Overseas Distribution Agency, or CODA, which focuses on copyright protection, and Yoshida has now been found guilty. Yoshida admitted to the charges at a hearing on August 2nd and was sentenced on September 7th at the Sendai District Court in the Miyagi Prefecture. Sorry, I'm trying to make sure I pronounce this stuff as best I can. That he pled guilty is not surprising given the facts of the case. He said to police, "I knew it was illegal and I was doing it, but the sentence may raise some eyebrows." Yoshida received 2 years in jail with a 5-year suspended sentence on top, and was fined 1 million yen, which is the equivalent of $6,785 US. It is the first time someone has been found guilty of copyright violations involving distributing game videos. That sentence seems extraordinary, but Koda is shedding no tears. Although he knew he was infringing copyright, he continued to post for financial gain, booms the Copyright Protection Agency in a machine-translated press release. Before going on a list, the titles infringed upon Steins Gate, Hyoku Renri, No Darren, and Animation. I don't know what this stuff is, man. Do you guys know what any of this is? But it just continues here by saying Koda can barely disguise its disdain. So-called fast content with videos and narration was uploaded to YouTube. All of these are malicious cases of posting videos containing content and endings, spoilers, without permission from the rights holders, gaining a lot of access and unfairly gaining advertising revenue through copyright infringement. Fast content in this context describes a popular video game genre in Japan that condenses down a given work, anything from games to TV shows to movies, most often with captions and or narration that explains things for the viewer. Yoshida's videos would also be considered netabare, its own niche within this genre of videos that show, detail, and explain endings or plot twists. Koda calls the ruling a major achievement and says it's continuing to push this issue with the Japanese government. It really hates spoilers, returning to them at the end of its press release to say spoilers expose the important core of a work with a narrative nature, and won't someone think of the rights holders? So, holy shit, dude. That's wild, bro. That's why, like imagine, like, making, I think it's shitty to do that, but holy fuck, like, imagine going to jail because you know what I think it is? You're saying that's too harsh. I think it is too harsh, but I think they're trying desperately to make an example. Like, I think somebody had to be the example, and I think this guy, unfortunately, was it. Where they're like, we're gonna do something extreme here to make sure people don't fucking continue doing this. Because I'll tell you, man, if I was somebody doing this type of content and I was like, holy shit, that motherfucker went to jail for 2 years, I'm done. I'd be like, yo, I'm out. Yep, I'm good. Message received. You know, that's yeah, it's a tough thing, but I just randomly came across this article and I was like, you know what bothers me about that, though? There is an aspect to this that does bother me a little bit. And I do not obviously condone what this guy and people like that are doing, because I do think it's fucked up. But what I don't like about it is that it is a shame to hear that there's like somebody doing jail time. No, and and I know there's nothing that can be done about it, but there's like millions of other people out there that deserve to be behind bars for multiple years, way more than this guy does. And they'll never see it. Like, they'll never do that time. They'll just walk free, And that sucks. But that's kind of the way of the world, It's not just this guy. Like, that probably happens all the time. People that go in for, stuff that's like, yeah, that's not good. But there are people out there doing so much worse, and they get away with it. But yeah, again, not a topic that you're saying he messed with big money. Yeah, I guess that's probably an important thing to factor in is how much money, that, because you know what, when you think about it, like, if you want to get the attention of the law or government agencies, dude, yeah, mess with money, and they'll be knocking on your door real quick. I'm too soft on crime. No, dude, I I don't know, man. I come across these videos and shit, and I see like the craziest shit happen, and I'm the last person that would be soft on crime, dude. Like, I could never be a judge, straight up. I never could. And I would actually, I don't know. I would try to be as fair as possible, but I just, like, there would just be some cases that I would hear be like, yeah, fuck you. Like, you're just like, you're clearly just a horrible person, But it's just weird because the way the system works, like, at least, I mean, in America, like, there are people who are just clearly very fucked up. And they just, I don't know, man, just the way our system works, like, they get off scot-free, man. And then unfortunately, sometimes there are people that are not deserving, and they get fucked. It's crazy. But, it's not always like that. Sometimes you see come across those cases or those examples. Everyone would be in jail if MBG was a judge. No, not everybody. Not everybody. No, definitely not. You're saying some are hardened criminals, some are nihilistic criminals, some just make mistakes. Yeah, it's a good way to describe it. Yeah, man. Law and order. You know what I see? So we'll just go on a little. Excuse me. We'll get a little off the beaten path here. A little supplementary topic here, if you will. Towards the end, have you guys been noticing? Because I've been noticing it. Where, like, people keep talking about, like, the world, governments, nations, and they basically have this attitude where it's like, yeah, like, shit's hitting the fan and we're reaching the end, like, we're in the end game and whatnot. And I'm just like, I mean, I'm going to be 30 this month, and I feel like I don't know. How do you guys feel about this? Like, do you think we're actually, are we in the end times? Is something apocalyptic going to happen? Are we in a time of great collapse and calamity? Because I mean, the way I see people talk on the internet, and I get it, like, there's definitely really bad things happening, but I'm just like, isn't this just how it literally always is, though? Like, this is how it's always been, at least for my entire life, as far as I could tell, where there's always, like, really bad shit happening, like turmoil in one or multiple parts of the world at one time, and everybody's, like, kind of freaking out about it. And then maybe some bad things do happen. Maybe they don't. But things just keep going, like the wheel keeps turning. And I just feel like I'm looking, like I see the way people talk about things and the way they're reacting to them, and it's like, dude, I saw World War III trending, I think about 20 to 25 times in total last year, and as far as I'm aware, you know, ration my PlayStation pasta. Yeah, good advice, man. Good advice. Y2K 20. Yeah, dude, I remember 2012. Yeah, that was a good one. There was a because I was young. I think it was 2012. How old was I? Would have been like 18, 17 or 18. There was like a point where I was like, I don't know, man. Maybe there is something to this 2012 thing. And then it's just like, nope. Turns out it was just a bunch of bullshit. Yeah, COVID was an interesting time too. COVID, you could argue, was the most real it ever got, at least for most people, where it's like, okay, the shit is hitting the fan now, like severely. And it was bad, dude, but I don't know. I remember at that time in the middle of COVID, and we're all told like, don't leave your house. And obviously it was really bad for a lot of, I got lucky in a way where it's like, well, joke's on you, government. I don't leave my house anyway. No, but it was pretty easy for me to just kind of be like, okay, well, shit, man, you know, I'll just keep doing what I'm doing then. And I just remember, it was so weird because I just remember there were times throughout 2020 where I would just come across people and they would kind of talk like, it's fucking over. It's Jover, man. Like it's, you know, it's, this is the end. And I'm just like, I remember saying out loud multiple times, like, no, give it like 2 years. We'll be back to normal. It'll be fine. Like, I'm not saying there won't be some repercussions, but it'll mostly be back to normal. And I was right. And I was actually a little bit surprised. I was like, oh, well, great. You know, that was an ideal outcome. And some things have certainly changed permanently, but I don't know. I just remember that there were people that I was talking to in my, like, where they really were convinced, like, this is it, dude. It's over. And I'm like, listen, like, I know, I know, like, pretty much everybody here, no one here has ever experienced a pandemic. And I'm not saying I know that, but I remember there were people at the time, they were like trying to point out that, like, it seems like a really bad pandemic happens cyclically, like almost every 100 years. You know, and they were basically communicating like, hey, it's going to be bad. Yeah, but it's going to pass and it's going to go, you know, it's going to go back to normal. That's what happens every time there's a pandemic. And again, it happens like every 100 years or so. So most people, it's like a whole new generation of people that have never, it's like no one around that has lived through the last one. And it could very well be that like 100 years from now or so, maybe there's another one and none of us are around. And it's a whole new generation of people. And they're like, it's over. Because there's no one around to tell them, like, no, it's going to be okay. It's going to be bad, but it's going to be okay. I'm 6'3", 230. My life is amazing, but I'm ready for the apocalypse at any time, baby. Well, there you go. That's a pretty positive attitude to have. Enjoying everything as it is now, but ready to embrace the apocalypse. There you go, man. Keeping it positive. And Omen, dude, thank you for gifting that membership, man. Rounding us off at 130 members today. Incredible. Thank you, guys. And Pig Roach, you're saying, funny enough, The Last of Us 2 came out around that time. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. And I think that was the year, didn't Naughty Dog, they used to call their yearly celebration for the anniversary of The Last of Us, they used to call it Outbreak Day. And they were like, we're going to change it. Like, oh my God, please. Like, just fucking just call it Outbreak Day. Come on. Like, you know, I hate that shit because it's just like, who really asked you? You know, somebody there got really upset. I think it's a little bit insensitive to call it Outbreak Day. Yeah, of course. Come on. What do they call it? I think they call it The Last of Us Day. Like, it sounds so much worse now though, you know? Like, how creative and interesting. The Last of Us Day. I wonder what that's about. Damn, dude. No, it's not that serious. It's just funny to me. It's funny to me. But yeah, you're right. The Last of Us 2 did drop that year. Praying for fake alien invasion next. I do wonder what would it be like if aliens did invade? I guess it depends on what they're doing. Like, what if aliens invade it and they're like, we're gonna make your world so much better? Like, I feel like so many people would still just be like, nah, we should just kill you because you're a threat. And maybe they are a threat, but it's like, I don't know. Like, I'm just saying, if aliens came down and proved in front of everybody that we have the technology to literally disintegrate your planet instantaneously, we could do that, but we're not going to. We want to improve your planet. You know? There'd be people out there being like, they're taking away my freedom, my choice. I mean, I guess in a way they are, but I don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about, dude. I'm just laughing at some of the shit, like the amount of shit that has come out in the past like 3 years or so. It's all over the place, dude. You know, the aliens took my job. That would be funny. No, it's not going to be the aliens that take your job. It's going to be AI, man. It's going to be AI. They would try to cancel the aliens. Oh, man. Yeah, there you go. And they would do it, too. It would work. It would work. Before you know it, the aliens are out here. They got to make their own. They got to form their own group. You know, we've been canceled. You can't cancel us again. Get a bunch of people rallying behind them. They got to fight this fight. Imagine we gaslight like a superior race, just like a race of aliens that are so far beyond us, but we gaslight them and rope them in. Like we basically troll them. Oh man. It always comes back to that, doesn't it? Omen86 says nothing is worse than Sega's console market exit. Yeah, for Omen86, he's already lived through the apocalypse. That was the apocalypse for you, man. Sega's console market exit. It was over for him that day. You're still streaming. I done went to work, went home and went to sleep and came back to work and you're still here. I'm still here. Hit the 4-hour mark. 4-hour mark. I'm just chatting a little bit now. You know, just kind of free flowing here, having a little bit of fun. Yeah, I guess I'm saying like, I don't know. I'm not really feeling all the fear mongering out there, you know? Not feeling it. Dude, I saw the funniest fucking tweet the other day. And I don't know, like, sometimes you randomly see tweets from, like, I don't know if they're politicians or they're just, like, they're people who are either heavily associated with the right wing or the left wing. And you're always seeing, like, these kind of tweets come out and then you're seeing people dunk on them. But there was this one tweet, and I actually fucking laughed out loud for, like, longer than I should have, where this person quote tweeted, I guess it was, like, I don't know if it was a right wing guy or not. I don't know. But it was some person who was leaning in one direction or the other, and I didn't pay close enough attention to find out. But the shit made me laugh because they basically asked the question. They were like, you know, we're told about genes, like genetics, like our genes. He's like, but I've never seen a gene or something like something along those lines. Like just saying, I've never seen a gene. And somebody quote tweeted him and was like, dude, we are regressing so badly. We are getting to a point where people are now, yeah, is that what the genetics guy? We are getting to a point now where it's like, if I don't see it, it ain't real. And I was laughing so hard because it's like, I really can't tell when I come across some of this, like if it's actually, like, is it satire or not? You know? Yeah, is it theatrics? Is it like, because it's like, holy shit, you know, like we're at that point. Like, there's no way we can actually be regressing to that point where it's like, if I can't see it, it's not real. prove, you know what I mean? Like, I've never seen Australia, like, I mean, with my own two eyes. I've never been to Australia. So clearly it doesn't exist. So it's a lie. If there's somebody in my chat right now from Australia, you're not real. You're not fucking real, okay? I mean, it's like, come on, dude. Like, I feel like if we're talking about like ghosts and stuff, I kind of get that. Yeah, like we're talking about like God and ghosts and spirits, that I kind of get, because like we still don't, like, that's more of an individual thing, not necessarily a scientific thing. Like if somebody says, I believe in ghosts, I've seen a ghost, it's like, and somebody says, oh, I don't believe in ghosts. So yeah, I mean, I don't know that makes that person crazy, but it's just like, yeah, what the fuck is a kangaroo, bro? What is that? Kangaroos are scary, dude. I went to the zoo like a month and a half ago. And, you know, there were kangaroos there. There's actually this emu that was just chilling really close to me. And emus are weird because, do you know what an emu is? Emus are weird because it just looks like, I was just looking at it. I'm like, what's going on in your head right now, man? Is there anything going on in your head? And it was just acting really weird. And then it like sat down. Have you guys ever seen an emu sit down? It looked so weird. It looked like it snapped its legs. It was so creepy. So I whipped out my phone and I started playing Metallica's Master of Puppets. I just wanted to see. I like put my volume up as much as I could. Like, will this creature react to Metallica? And I was looking around, you know, seeing if people were watching me. Hopefully they weren't, because they're probably like, what the fuck is this guy doing? I was just kind of bored looking at this emu, so I was like, maybe I could get it to react to something. So I pulled out Metallica, I started playing Master of Puppets, and I got like a very slight reaction. It wasn't anything crazy. It didn't start like going nuts. It just kind of raised its head a little bit. It was like looking around like, what's that noise? So, you chopped an emu's head off before? Why? I mean, what's the context behind that, man? Oh, really quick. So check this shit out. When I got to the part of the zoo with the emu was like, bro, that riff is sick. Never heard that before. That emu though, that one emu, it heard Metallica. I bet you it never heard Metallica before. I introduced Metallica to that emu's life. Listen though, the craziest thing that happened at this zoo when I went to it was I got to the section with the tortoises. And I'm not kidding, dude. Okay. I'm going to try not to be too explicit here. These tortoises were fornicating, right? I hear my wife laughing. Dude, have any of you guys ever heard the sound that they make when they are doing this? Because I assure you, it is something that will stick with you for the rest of your life. You'll never forget that sound. You saying yes, it was a meme? Yeah, dude. It was fucking, and it was weird, bro. I mean, it was as weird as it could possibly get. So that was my visit to the zoo. And you know what else I saw? This is the last thing. This is actually pretty strange to me. There was the section with the bears, like grizzly bears, right? And I guess the way that they fed these bears is they had these big like trash bins set up, and they would just put their food in the trash bins. And I was trying to, I think the reason they did this was because, dude, these bears they were like whipped by seagulls. Okay, there were seagulls everywhere. And these bears clearly got harassed by them, because when I went to go look at inside their pen here, I'm like, there's like 100 seagulls following these bears, like harassing them. And it's clear that they had to put, in my opinion, it was clear that they had to put all their food in these big trash bins and let the bears, I shit you not, the bear had to literally go inside the bin. Half of this bear's body's in this bin, and that's how they had to eat, because these seagulls wouldn't stop harassing them, man. And I kind of felt bad. I'm like, damn. That sucks. Like, imagine. And I'm like, looking, I'm like, you guys could just destroy all of these seagulls, like, instantly and send them a message. But they didn't. They just let them be. It was weird. It was really bizarre. I've never seen anything like that. So that was my trip to the zoo. There were some other interesting things I saw, but those were really the standouts. So not sure how we got onto this topic, but, you know. Oh, man. Some of the things you guys are saying in the chat. Saying played it Saint Anger, load and reload, but he did not get a reaction. They love the old stuff better. Yeah, that's why I had to start with Master of Puppets, dude. Well, I guess I see somebody saying, state of play, please. Broccoli chopped his head straight off. Broccoli Rob. You know what? I mentioned Australia. Did you guys know Australia lost a war to emus? Yep, it's a real thing. Look it up. Omen86 says, once I was sexually assaulted by a penguin. You know what? I think this is where we're going to end it, man, because Omen's clearly getting ready to tell us a story that I'd much rather not read out loud here on the stream. I'm sorry to hear that, Omen. Dude, you know what's... Penguins are awesome. Well, maybe except that one. But, dude, I learned about some of the scariest, like, animals in the animal kingdom. And there's, like, this bird, this Arctic bird. It's like a vulture, I think. I think it's a vulture. But I learned that they absolutely fucking terrorize penguins to a disturbing degree. Where essentially, you know, penguins, they kind of travel in large groups. And it's really sad, but these fucking birds, again, I don't know the name of them, they just will swoop in and take, like, their penguin children. Like, they'll just take them. And I actually heard that apparently these birds are so insane, like, and it's just they outclass penguins so badly that when that happens, the penguins don't even try to fight it. They're just like, oh, well, Todd's gone. You know, that sucks. You're just going to keep moving now. I don't know, man. Nature's scary. Nature is a scary thing. It is. So, anyway, I think that's going to do it. Have I seen those penguins that jump off cliffs? No, I haven't seen that. That sounds, yeah. And I see Nemesis saying the emu that never comes. Okay. That's a Metallica reference. I understood that reference. And this is officially where I have to end it, because we're now replacing Metallica songs. We're inserting the word emu into Metallica songs. This is where we have to end it. How bad is MVG being clipped right now? It's funny because, like, somebody might be clipping some of this stuff. I don't know how people would react to it, but yeah, man. Either way, it was a good stream. It was a good stream. You're saying, look it up. It's pretty funny / sad. Yeah, there's this one channel. I don't know the name of the channel. He's really popular. He talks about animals and he does it really casually. He does a really good job. I forget his name, but he just covers, like, all these interesting topics regarding animals in the animal kingdom, and it's actually extremely educational, but very entertaining. I'll have to find the name of it and give it to you guys so you can go check it out. MBG's Day at the Zoo. Yeah. One day I'll do, like, a vlog or something. Probably not, but at least I'll have stories to come tell you. Casual Geographic. Is that the name? That sounds like it is. That sounds like the channel name. All right, guys. I think that is going to do it for this stream, though. I hope you enjoyed that little kind of random chat at the end here for the last 20 minutes or so. Pretty much ran out of topics, but wanted to talk a little bit longer. So before I head out here, I do want to do my little outro here. And I want to start it by just asking you guys, as you leave, please hit that like button for me. We definitely hit over 325 likes. I think if everybody contributed right now as they're leaving, we could hit 350 likes. Really appreciate that. I also want to give a massive shout out to all of the channel gifters and supporters today. Everybody who donated channel gifts became a channel member or donated as a super chat. We're sitting at 130 members today. You guys put in some serious work for the channel and the community. So absolutely huge, man. Really appreciate it. Saying Danny Masterson got 30 to life. Yeah, he was in that 70. Yeah, that's wow. Damn, dude. That's yeah, that's something. That's fucking crazy. Jay, you're saying you've been gifted a membership twice now. You guys are amazing. Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you for all the support. Anybody who consistently supports the channel, you know who you are, and you know how much it means to me as well as everybody else. And so, yeah, if it wasn't for the support that you guys continually show me here, I simply wouldn't be able to keep these streams going the way I do and make content the way I do. So I really appreciate that type of fan funding and support. And yeah, I just also want to make sure to give a shout out to Devil Shooter. Devil Shooter does the timestamps for all of the streams. Omen, you're saying, thanks for the stream. I'm heading out for a workout. See you Sunday. Sounds good, man. Enjoy your workout. Yeah, I'll be back here same time, same place Sunday. It'll be interesting to see what we may or may not have to talk about, but either way, I will be here. And we will find something to talk about. Something, certainly. So, yeah, thank you guys. If you see Devil Shooter in the comments with the timestamps, give him a big thank you. And that does it. I'm going to probably go eat dinner soon and enjoy the rest of my day. And I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your day. And actually, Omen, I'm going to go work out too. I realized that I actually didn't get my workout in today. So that's actually exactly what I'm going to be doing next. So, all right, guys, that does it. Until the next stream. Take care, everyone.